पहले वाला प्रोग्राम था ना, कन्फ्यूजन में लोग अंदर आ गए कि अंदर आएंगे तो ही खाना मिलेगा। वो अनाउंसमेंट उसी बुक में ये लिखा है कि दोज हु विल बी अटेंडिंग उनको ही पैकेट लाइन दिया जाएगा। और जब अनाउंसमेंट किया यू गो टेक द पैकेट एंड कम इनसाइड एंड ईट। So that's why there were people.
Outside. They should organize this kind of conferences.
Yes, yes. No, I am talking about this World Lung Foundation function. There were people because the announcement was made. You take the box and come inside.
With the food.
With the food. So they were sitting.
Only for them, not for us.
still trying to locate Vera, the first speaker. Vera
Yeah.
Costa.
We'll
Yeah.
start with the second one.
So why don't you
No,
start
she's the
with-
first one.
Huh?
She was the
She is
first.
the
She must
first.
be the first.
She has come. She has come.
Yeah.
She's come.
Yeah, because, SMSC.
She's coming and will get a shot because of the audience.
There are 50 people.
Yeah, not even.
Nah, 4
It's all yours.
Thanks, Vinny. Why aren't you speaking?
It's on.
You want to listen?
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the Tri-Plenary on the protocol to eliminate illicit trade in tobacco products. Next steps for entry into force. My name is Kailash Chandra Samaria, and I am presently working as Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. I belong to the Indian Administrative Service, which is a part of the executive wing in India, interested with the civil administration and public policy. I have had the experience of working with the federal government at the center as well as the state administration under the subnational government. I have handled diverse range of subjects like rural development, urban development, agriculture, finance, home affairs, etc. In my current position, in addition to other assignments program, I also head the tobacco control program of the Government of India. To give you a brief background of today's discussion session, let me recall that the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control recognizes illicit trade of tobacco products as a major contributor to the tobacco epidemic in the world, affecting all countries maybe in a varying measures. The international community has responded to the threat of illicit tobacco trade by negotiating and adopting an international treaty, the Protocol to Eliminate Illicit Trade in Tobacco Products, under the Article 15 of the WHO FCTC. This Tri-Plenary is dedicated to this new international treaty, which is yet to enter into force. The protocol is arranged in 6 parts, dealing with the use and definition of terms, general obligations, supply chain control, offences and sanctions, international cooperation and reporting. The supply chain under the protocol, as you know, covers the manufacture of tobacco products and manufacturing equipments, and import-export of tobacco products and manufacturing equipments, and may be extended where relevant to one or more of the activities when so decided by a party. The countries need to ratify the protocol, put in place a phase-wise roadmap for introducing a system for license, equivalent approval or control, due diligence and bookkeeping requirement for all natural and legal persons engaged in the supply chain. They also need to put in place a global tracking and tracing system controlled by the government, notify certain activities and conduct unlawful and as criminal offense, take legal, executive, administrative and other measures to enable confiscation of illicit tobacco products and manufacturing equipments and their destructions. To my mind, however, apart from these steps, the most important aspect of the protocol in international cooperation and the modalities of reporting and exchange of information under Article 32 of the protocol. Today, we have a distinguished panel to discuss the protocol and to take a closer look on some of the most important issues under the protocol, such as the tracking and tracing system, the challenges in ratifying the protocol, the international cooperation, multi-sectoral engagement, etc. I believe that the important takeaway from the session would be greater clarity for all of us when we go back home on the essential steps that we need to take to ratify the protocol and set up systems and structure in place for its effective implementation at a national and global level. By sharing our experience and listening to the views of the panelists, we can also learn some of the best practices adopted for the purpose and how these could be translated into effective action at country level. With these remarks, I would now like to hand over to my co-chair, Dr. Franz Fisch.
Thank you, Mr. Samaria, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. My name is Franz Fisch, and I am Deputy Director General and Head of the Department for Tobacco, Alcohol, Non-Substance-Related Addictions and International Affairs of Addictions within the Ministry, the Austrian Federal Ministry of Health, and I am coordinating right now all the tobacco policies in the interministerial sections. I have been serving as the National Drugs Coordinator of the Republic of Austria and being member of the executive committees of the European Union's Drug Monitoring Center, as well as the Pompidou Group from the European Council. And I am serving as a Deputy Director General of Public Health right now, and as I pointed out already, being aware of all different facts and heads of positions in Parliament and other distinguished departments. I'm head of a delegation to the COP, to the Conference of the Parties to WHO, and currently I'm head of the delegation at the EU level of expert groups on tobacco policy. Let me now introduce you the sessions as it will follow. We will have 5 presentations, and at the end I would like to open the floor to the public for questions and your comments. So let's start with the panelists. On my right, Dr. Vera da Costa e Silva. She is a medical doctor with a PhD in public health and epidemiology and a master's in business administration for the health sector. For 16 years, she coordinated the Department of Epidemiology and Cancer Prevention at Brazil's National Cancer Institute and led national legislative, economic surveillance and regulatory tobacco control measures. From 2001 to 2005, she worked as a director at the Tobacco Free Initiative at WHO and has overseen the Secretariat's work during the negotiations of the WHO FCTC. Since then, she has worked as a senior international public health consultant and coordinated the Center for Studies on Tobacco and Health at FIORSC in Brazil. Since mid-2014, Dr. da Costa e Silva has been the head of the Convention Secretariat. And I would like to give now the floor to Vera. Please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. We are used to say that if you want something to look, a place to look like plenty of people, you should use a small room, no? In a room like this one, like big as this, the idea we have there is nobody in the audience, but it's not the case, of course. We have selected individuals in the audience. And in fact, this gives the right dimension on the challenge we have before us in terms of bringing in the public health community into the issue of promoting the entering into force of the protocol on the illicit trade of tobacco products. It's an arid subject, difficult to understand and to digest, especially for the health sector, of course. And that's why I was just on a press conference where one of the journalists has asked me, why is that the protocol to eliminate illicit trade has not yet entered into force? And then I said, well, you know, it's a difficult issue. The public health community has to absorb it, digest it, engage on it, because the health sector is the champion of any tobacco control measure at the end of the day. And apart from that, the protocol is being hijacked by the tobacco industry. The tobacco industry is visiting governments, embassies, permanent missions in Geneva to offer support for illicit trade, to offer a new tracking and tracing system prepared according to their conveniences. They engage with international organizations through front groups to train customs officers, train law enforcers, all these people that the health sector doesn't have access at all, in order to promote the concept that they can take care of illicit trade, when in fact they are the ones who have much more interest in the illicit trade per se, because it's a way for them to sell more and to mislead governments by not paying taxes accordingly. So, and from our end, children, young people, the poor are the ones who are suffering the consequences of the illicit trade because of the availability of tobacco products increase and the accessibility increases, while the affordability as well just promotes the consumption of single pieces of unregulated tobacco products with no health warning. So, and all of that within an illegal framework that promotes criminals, promotes all sort of just drugs use altogether. So here's where we are, and I think that the select group that is attending this plenary is essential in terms of changing the mind frame of governments in order for them to engage in ratifying or accede to the protocol on illicit trade. And I am saying this not only for whoever represents, whatever institution present is here, whatever government official is here, but also to my dear friends of the civil society, to include the protocol on illicit trade as one of their priorities in terms of implementation of the treaty. A dead piece of paper will convey the wrong message across the world, that we have engaged in an exercise that at the end of the day is not being transformed into a legal peace and international law that we need to move on that. So the protocol has provisions that will be very well addressed by my colleagues on this panel. But it basically works on the side of preventing illicit trade by securing the supply chain, and tracking and tracing mechanisms, licensing mechanisms are part of this. Law enforcement, just establishing unlawful conduct with dissuasive sections, and international cooperation, which lies at the core of the protocol on illicit trade, because all this is about cross-border activities that needs international cooperation, needs engagement of many different countries, many different parties altogether in all the different matters, so as to create a real mechanism to address the different aspects of the protocol. But we are just a little bit uncomfortable because we have still not a sound number of parties. In 2 years, we have 6 parties. And 6 parties that are really congratulated because they have really engaged in the protocol, and we have 54 signatories. What doesn't mean that the signatories are parties to the protocol itself. So we need 40 ratifications. So we need 34 plus parties to the protocol in order to become a law. And I have already in some way shared the tobacco industry interference. We have a behavior pattern of the tobacco industry that's very well known for other areas, for other provisions of the treaty, that is supposed to weaken the lay policy, just coming up with different approaches, offering support, proposing to become a partner in the implementation itself, and all of that is according to the tobacco industry way of doing things. So, and if there is something that we cannot trust, is the tobacco industry. So, but the protocol, as the mother treaty, has provisions to ensure maximum possibility of transparency regarding an interaction with the tobacco industry, and also on the tracking and tracing outlines the obligations assigned to a party not to be performed by or delegated to the tobacco industry. Just the interaction with the tobacco industry to be made on the extent strictly necessary, and the tobacco industry to bear the costs, because one of the topics that are raised by parties is the concerns about cost implications, but most costs are just should be borne by the tobacco industry itself. The last COP in October 2014 in Moscow has called parties to ratify the protocol, to advocate of the entry into force, and has called the UN sister agencies like the World Customs Organization, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, and the World Trade Organization, and other relevant organizations like the World Bank, to work in collaboration with the Convention Secretariat and to support parties to ratify or accede to the protocol. 1 in every 10 cigarettes and many other tobacco products consumed in the world are illegal. So we must make the protocol to eliminate illicit trades become a law. These are our contact details, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Da Costa e Silva. Austria is in the lucky position, having ratified this treaty and the protocol, being the first member of the European Union. It's not always easy to make tobacco policy in Austria, but a few weeks ago, our Ministers' Council decided to come up with a new proposal to Parliament to have an absolute smoke-free ban to all the restaurants. So I'm very proud and happy. That's one of the reasons I got the invitation to be there. And I really invite all of the member states and all the parties to ratify this protocol. So as Vera pointed out, the protocol, it ought to be law, and the tobacco industry is not a partner in this fight. She explained why. Maybe it's part for the discussion later on. And it's a crucial role of the multi-sectoral cooperation at the national level. So may I invite our second speaker and introduce the second speaker to you and to come up with his presentation about 15 minutes. So Mr. Kaxton Masudi Nyewo, he is head of Market Surveillance Office at the Kenya Revenue Authority. He has extensive experience in the tax policy and administration. Mr. Masudi Nyewo has represented Kenya in the intergovernmental negotiations on the protocol. He has also been instrumental in regional initiatives to harmonize tobacco tax laws and procedures in the East African community. In this regard, he has made presentations to various forums international. He is member of the Kenya National Budget Team as tax expert with bias on consumption taxes and specifically excise tax. Caxton Masudi Nyowe is an expert in illicit trade and is instrumental in the development of control and measures for the elimination of illicit trade in Kenya. He is the lead expert in the development of the track and trace system in Kenya. Caxton Masudi Nyowe is a holder of an executive master degree in business administration from Jomo Kenyatta University of Science and Technology and a degree in economics from Macquarie University, Kampala, and he is a member of the Kenya Institute of Management. Mr. Masudi, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My presentation today is not so much about track and trace, but it's so much about dispelling myths and lies and fears that implementing the protocol is difficult. Kenya is a developing country, and probably, like so many other countries that have questions on implementing the protocol, and we have managed to do a few things on the protocol. The second thing I would like to say is that implementing the protocol in the way it is, whether it has come into force or not, is actually beneficial to a party. So I would like to restrict most of my arguments towards those specific areas. However, first I would like you to appreciate that Kenya is just like many other countries in terms of situations and challenges. The reasons that drive illicit trade are similar, and for us we have a horde of them, including conflicts, including the fact that we handle a lot of tobacco either manufactured in Kenya or transiting through Kenya, and also we have faced challenges driving illicit trade as a result of complex tax laws, too many variables. Maybe just for purposes of appreciation, is that illicit trade occurs in fairly similar ways, and therefore the solutions for dealing with illicit trade as prescribed by the protocol are also similar. You may implement them to different intensity, but it is the same thing. We actually talking about similar things. We're talking about undeclared imports. We declared about issues to do with values, and all these amount to illicit trade in its various forms. Now, we have had experiences. This is actually a 12-year experience when it comes to taxation of tobacco in Kenya. And we have tried various tax regimes with mixed results. Initially, when you introduce tax reforms, the immediate effect is that you have an upsurge in compliance. But after some time, you actually realize that the industry discovers the loopholes associated with each measure, and they go around it. And therefore, we have also been reforming almost continuously over time. We have actually reviewed our tax regime 4 times in 12 years, and we are about to do another review based on the experiences that we have gone through. Now, this is probably one of the most important requirements of the protocol, the supply chain, securing the supply chain. And one of the most important tools recommended for that is introducing a track and trace system. Now, I don't want to belabor what it means so much, but in very simple terms, to track is to know where it is, and to trace is to know where it has come from. In essence, it is tracking and tracing are two elements that occur not simultaneously, but one is audit and the other one is about current. Now, this is probably one of the questions that people pose. What does it take to implement a track and trace system? It doesn't take much. It only calls you to know your problem. You must understand all the loopholes so that when you're addressing them using technology, you don't leave any out. How do they evade tax? If you want to deploy technology, how will it treat the problem? The second one is you have to develop clear, detailed, and effective technical specifications, because if you don't get it right, the developer of the track and trace won't give you the product you want. The third one is you have to select a good technology provider. Most preferable, a one-stop shop, because multiplicity of systems have their own challenges. Then you have to have the right law, because track and trace requires enforcement. So it is good to have a law that enables you to enforce its use. Then you have to monitor and evaluate the process. And lastly, but still important, you will have to tamper or require changes to the production processes of tobacco companies. And this requires that you bring them on board so that they can facilitate installation of the systems at their premises. Now, track and trace has various elements. One of it has to have a robust database, and it has to have data collection points. But much more important is that you must have a system that associates products to the stamps or the code, because it is very important that the two are married properly and reported. Tracking and tracing is based actually on the information collected at the production or at import points, because it is at that time that you associate the code with the products, and it is that information that is used to track the products. Now, what are the major capabilities and advantages that you build into a track and trace? One is that it should be non-intrusive. Don't build systems that require the intervention of tobacco industry. Let them switch on their production facility. The system should kick on and collect information as the production facility runs. When they stop, the system goes to sleep mode. When they restart the system, when they change the products, the system should automatically pick the products. The second one is that you must enable everybody along the supply chain to be able to authenticate that the products they are handling have been properly reported for tax purposes. The third one is that you should not encourage disputes or doubts in the process of enforcement. Therefore, the system should support immediate confirmation that the products are either authentic or not authentic. So, and many other capabilities that you can see there that are crucial. There are many more. In fact, actually we build 14, but I picked for you 6 that are core. Now, you cannot implement track and trace if you do not also handle certain aspects. So there must be some complementary controls that support track and trace. But again, these are normal controls when it comes to excise enforcement and control. You have to license and register not only the manufacturers and importers, but also the products, the brands and sub-brands. You have to provide for mechanisms for enforcement. It is very important. You have a system which cannot be enforced, you still have illicit trade. Then you must also have mechanisms for dealing with bulk cargo and cargo for which your regulations may not apply, like transit goods. So you find a system that enables you to ensure that those goods transit through your country without being diverted therein. Then international cooperation is important, and I think this is what we are talking about here. Maybe let me just address one of the questions that normally comes up in discussions like this one. Who finances track and trace? And how expensive is it? First and foremost, you do not have to pay for track and trace, just as the protocol says. And in Kenya, we have implemented it that way, that the tobacco industry bears the full cost of the track and trace regime. And in any case, also, in our country, we have allowed them to expense it as cost, and therefore, they do not suffer the full loss. But if they wish to pass it on to the consumers, well and good. That is actually helping with building the price in accordance with the demand measures. The other one is, there is a lot of consolidation of manufacturing of tobacco in a fewer countries. Most of the countries just handle or receive tobacco as import products without local manufacturing. In Kenya, what we have done is that all imported tobacco products will have to be affixed stamps or codes before they are shipped to Kenya, and they are done in the countries of manufacture, and most of it is outside Africa actually. The other one is, do you require a very complex infrastructure to implement this, or what do you require in terms of technology to support the track and trace system? If a phone works in your country, you can support track and trace. If you have mobile technology, mobile telephone, then track and trace works. But you may also have, for purposes of collecting data from production facilities, that is the bulk data, you may have high-speed broadband to support that data transfer. Now, our lessons is that illicit trade is international, and this initiative is very important. We have had some successes, but much more important is that our revenue has been growing, and it has grown quite well following implementation of this. I know that this is not the target of WHO, it is not necessarily revenue, it is about reduction in consumption of tobacco. But at least it treats one of the problems, that you can control tobacco at the same time get more revenue. Now, I just want to share some figures that look very abnormal. I had to cross-check them so many times before I accepted to present them here. When we implemented track and trace in very much satisfying the requirements of the protocol, we actually realized that we may have been losing a lot when it comes to imported tobacco. These are high brand products, mainly targeting the upmarket consumers. And it was surprising that the revenue went up by those figures. You can imagine, it doesn't look normal. When we implemented the system on other products, we actually also got a very positive response. For spirit, for example, we recorded 40% growth in revenue in the first 6 months of the current financial year. And we were rewarded for these efforts, for having the best system in the world for track and trace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Masudhan Kongwa. This was an excellent presentation about the requirements of the draft protocol of tracking and tracing system, and you gave us your considerations for designing such a track and tracing system. And last but not least, you pointed out and underlined the impact of implementing a system like that. So thank you very much. I now would like to invite our third speaker, Mr. Pranab Das, for his presentation. He will provide us with information in about 10 minutes presentation. So Mr. Pranab Das is a commissioner at the Anti-Smuggling Unit of the Ministry of Finance of India. Mr. Das holds a master's degree of economics and a bachelor of law and a master's degree of philosophy. Mr. Das participated in the final session of the ANB for the protocol, which agreed on the protocol text. He is currently heading the Interministerial Group of Government of India, preparing India's accession to the protocol by suggesting requisite changes in the rules and regulations. Mr. Das was instrumental in the operationalization of India's main anti-money laundering and counter-terror financing legislation, which led to India's membership of FATF in 2010. He has been instrumental in achieving revenue realization, enforcement milestones in major customs, and enforcement formations in India for the last 3 decades. Mr. Prab, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have come a long way. In my presentation, however, I will try to cover the challenges faced by India in ratifying the protocol. So there are 8 different parts in which my presentation would be given. It is given in the view foil. The basic enforcement features of the protocol, challenges in the protocol implementation, challenges in combating illicit trade, existing mechanism to combat illicit trade, necessity for multi-sectoral participation in India, because India is a country with large number of stakeholders from various sectors, and what are the initiatives taken by Indian government for expediting the ratification, need for international cooperation, and way forward. These are the 4 basic enforcement features of the protocol as given in the view foil. You are all aware of it. I don't want to elaborate. In India, we have the major challenges as given in the view foil. We have the geographical spread of the land border of 15,000 kilometers, coastline of 7,000 kilometers. We have more than 500 border points which permits illicit trade, and we have manufacturing entities all over the country. We have small scale and household involvement in tobacco growing, bidis and smokeless tobacco products. So far as the challenges are concerned, we are having both India figures in the top bracket both in consumption as well as production, and tobacco sector is one of the largest employers in India. There are health and livelihood paradox in India which is quite vivid and quite affecting our regular implementation process. India has federal structure. We have not only the central enforcement but also the federal bodies, but also the regional and the provincial bodies which are required to implement law. They have to implement the various processes, and there are multiple litigations which is affecting the enforcement. We have multiple sectors which are required to be engaged, and aggressive marketing and lobbying by the manufacturers, traders and the suppliers are also affecting the process. In the illicit trade, we have the challenges both in the illicit smuggling, like smuggling through the vast terrain we have. The custom duty is 30% to 150% in various tobacco products. The margin of profit is more than 25 million per container. So we have noticed large number of containers where the cigarettes are concealed in the guise of illicit cargo. Huge demand for the foreign brand tobacco and cigarettes. There are unscrupulous traders who are taking advantage of the trade facilitation. On the manufacturing side, we have, as I say, that the manufacturing base is large, so we have large clandestine removal cases by registered manufacturers to evade the central excise duty on the products. The central excise duty is ranging up to more than 3,500 per thousand of cigarettes. In bidis, it is ranging from 21 to 28 per thousand, and for other tobacco product, it's up to 400%. So therefore, the incentive for the illicit trade is large, both in terms of the smuggling as well as clandestine removal. BD and Gudka sectors, they are spread as small scale and household sector. So therefore, it is difficult to stop in one go. Influence of tobacco and Jarda sector can be seen by the percentage of duty collected. With this sector contributes almost 14% of duty collected. And so far as ease of manufacturing the smokeless tobacco products like Jarda, like the Gudka and various other smokeless tobacco products, facilitates clandestine production and clearance. So these are the different existing mechanisms we have evolved over the period to combat illicit trade. We have multi-layered and multi-pronged strategy in India. We have ratified FCTC way back in 2004. We have taken proactive stand during finalization of the protocol. Protocol ratification process has been initiated. Many of the legislative provisions, regulatory framework and administrative arrangements are already available even before the initiation of the ratification process. So therefore, we are somewhere in the midway. All that is required, we have to give the final push. We have banned the manufacture and sale of distribution of Gudka in many states, and because of the proactive contribution of various stakeholders, the smokeless tobacco sectors, the sector has shrunk as per the available studies in recent times, and we try to attack the issue from both sides, from supply side reduction as well as demand reduction, and the various ministries and stakeholders are involved. And this requires a multi-sectoral participation. As I said, that India has the implementation is on various stakeholders, both centers, states, the NGOs. We have got the civil society organizers, medical fraternity, scientists, the public health advocates, NGOs. Everybody's support is required. We have to have periodic assessment, impact assessment on social, economic and environmental consequences. Education and sensitization of public on health effect is important, because India is one of the important consumers. Large number of consumers are there, and different varieties of new products have started coming up in the market: smokeless tobacco, water pipe tobacco, electronic nicotine delivery systems, e-cigarettes. So these are the stakeholders have to educate and sensitize the public about the health effect of the tobacco products. And for so far as the government is concerned, we have taken a lot of initiatives. Interministerial committee has been set up, which is headed by me, and there are a large number of stakeholders are there. We want to have more effective control and confiscation of illicit traded tobacco products before the ratification process is initiated. We have a Cigarette and Other Tobacco Product Act is there. We want to have an umbrella legislation where all the requirements under protocol, we want to put it in one legislation, so that the law enforcement agencies can be given the due power under the umbrella legislation. We want to designate a central authority in the Ministry of Health. The process is on. Stakeholders, including the state taxation authorities, are going on. Various track and trace mechanism operational in countries like Brazil, Kenya and Turkey. We are trying to visit and see how they are doing. We just saw the brilliant work done by Kenya. They have they really deserve our compliment, because they have wonderfully acted on this track and trace. And we want to also examine various modalities of reporting and exchange of information under the aegis of WCO. Now, so far as the initiatives are taken, we have various legislations. As I said, we have already initiated. So we are on the midway. Banning of Gudka in many states and union territories have been permitted. Reduction in duty-free allowance on tobacco products have been permitted. Rate of customs duty and central excise duty on tobacco product have been enhanced to tackle the demand reduction. And the rules under the COTPA Act has been promulgated to give powers of enforcement. Enhanced enforcement powers and use of modern technology to prevent illicit trade is being considered now. No cigarette unit, manufacturing unit, is allowed to be set up. For this acetate tow, which is used for the filter, is also being restricted. We are trying to introduce Goods and Services Tax. It will be a game changer in India. because that will give a kind of uniform taxation for both the states and the center, and it also give the mechanism of enforcement and the control on various illicit trade and tobacco product. India strongly feels that international cooperation is a must. The tax administration, we recognize international cooperation in customs and other cross-border matters. We want to have a cooperation in areas like technical administration, law enforcement and legal areas. So we have in customs mutual assistance agreement with several countries, but mostly it is bilateral or with a bloc. So what we feel is the necessity is that it should be a multilateral forum. All the FCTC countries, parties signatory to FCTC, they must agree to have a multilateral basis of exchange of information. Mechanism for collecting documents and obtaining investigative assistance and legal assistance through Interpol also needs strengthening. What is the way forward? Many of these challenges what I have just pointed out, these are required to be taken forward, like awareness about the harmful effects, sensitization of the stakeholders, the multi-sectoral participation is a must, the economically viable alternative livelihood for the poorer sections who are engaged in tobacco sector have to be found out. It has to be sustainable. My point is it has to be sustainable. We have found out a lot of alternatives, but many of these alternatives are not sustainable. We have to extend the gutkha ban to other smokeless tobacco products. Law enforcement agencies, I feel, in general needs strengthening. In India particularly, we need strengthening. We want to get the capacity building with the help of other countries and the areas. We want to amend CATPA, as I said, and make an umbrella law, consequential institution of the legal and administrative policy changes we want to implement, regulatory capacity and using modern technology and scientific tools we want to use, adoption of best global practices in implementation of the protocol is a necessity now. Effective coordination among the state parties in a reason to curb the global menace, because alone we cannot stand. We have to stand together in this menace. All countries must come together to fight this menace. Expeditious ratification of the protocol is the next and final step. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Das. You gave in your presentation a good and very valuable explanation and example for the challenges in the protocol implementation in India, as well as the multi-sectoral coordination for the protocol, and last but not least, the initiatives from your country for expediting ratification of the protocol, and last but not least, the way forward. Thank you very much. I now would like to introduce you to our fourth speaker on our left. It's Mr. Francis Thompson, who will give us a short presentation, about 10 minutes, about his views. Mr. Thompson is a journalist by training and has worked in tobacco control since 1996. He is working at the national level in Canada. His key files were tax policy and federal tobacco regulations, and since 2007 he has been tobacco control advisor at Healthbridge, a development NGO that works on a variety of international health issues. Since 2009, Mr. Thompson has also acted as Director of Policy and Advocacy for the Framework Convention Alliance. In this capacity, he led FCA's policy-making process through the final 3 rounds of negotiations for the illicit trade protocol. Mr. Thompson, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. And I'm very conscious that I'm not the last speaker, I'm the second last speaker. So I will try to keep this simple and reasonably quick. What exactly can civil society do to help make the ITP a reality? I think the first thing that we need to do is keep it simple and keep reminding people of why we got into the ITP discussions in the first place. It sometimes gets forgotten, and it's possible as we get into details about the various articles of the protocol to forget that in fact it's not just about the technical details, it's about public health. Okay? The reason that we got into the discussion in the first place is because tobacco tax increases are a key tool for tobacco control. Okay? And we know that systematically the tobacco industry uses fear of illicit trade to block tobacco tax increases, and by the way, other tobacco control policies such as plain packaging, for example. And just very few examples. This is about 5 minutes of Googling. Colombia, Canada, UK, South Africa. The industry, it's their first argument whenever tobacco taxes are discussed: don't raise tobacco taxes or you will get illicit trade. Okay? And we need to keep reminding governments that low taxes are the worst imaginable strategy to combat illicit trade. Because of the association of illicit trade with organized crime, with disorder, some governments think, well, if there's any risk at all of a tax increase leading to more illicit trade, we can't do it. Well, that's an absurd reaction to the issue, and we need to keep reminding governments that low tobacco taxes are immensely costly. They're immensely costly straight in revenue terms for foregone revenue, and they also lead to many thousands of extra lives lost to tobacco-caused death. Okay? Secondly, if people are worried about illicit trade, you can always take a portion of the extra money that you get when you raise tobacco taxes and spend it on smuggling control. And fortunately, we have a blueprint for what effective smuggling control looks like, and that is the illicit trade protocol. Okay? And it can act as a blueprint for national action even before it comes into force at the international level. And I think Caxton's presentation showed, for example, how in Kenya they've been able to do a whole bunch in tracking and tracing even before the protocol comes into effect. But the one thing I think we need to be careful about as we're making these arguments about illicit trade is not to feed into the industry-generated fears about illicit trade. Okay? Our ultimate objective is to get better protection of public health through higher taxes. Okay? The tobacco industry will always publish exaggerated estimates of smuggling levels because they have a very strong incentive to do so, and we shouldn't be reinforcing that by ever endorsing the tobacco industry estimates. We also should avoid a few arguments. I'll skip the details of these, but just to say, it is true that smuggling causes an increase in youth smoking. It causes it, though, primarily by keeping prices low. So you don't respond to that problem by keeping prices low. You respond to that problem by increasing taxes and investing in smuggling control. So what does it mean in practice for what we need to do? One of the things that was discussed by the previous speakers is the need for multi-sectoral cooperation in order to implement the protocol. This is something where it depends on the situation in a given country, but where you don't already have the multi-sectoral coordination working properly, one of the things civil society can do is go around to different ministries and make the pitch to different ministries. This is why you should be involved in the illicit trade protocol and implementation, right? And it does require a little bit of technical knowledge about the protocol. We certainly need to have read it and understood the protocol. We need to answer the cost question. I think that we heard an answer on that with respect to Kenya earlier, and we need to have those basic answers. We do not need to be the total technical experts to answer all these questions, because there are indeed other people that government officials can be referred to. The second thing we can do that frequently our friends at the Ministry of Health, the ones responsible for the tobacco control file, can't necessarily do, is go and talk to the politicians. Okay? And I would be very curious to know, with respect to ITP ratification or accession, how many governments at the political level have actually even had a briefing on the ITP. Okay? Because my impression is, that in quite a number of countries, these decisions are still very much stuck at the bureaucratic level, sometimes because the issues are complicated, but sometimes because some bureaucrats, for various reasons, are dragging their feet. And that is certainly something that civil society should be doing, is using the fact that we do have access, in some countries at least, to very senior political figures to make the pitch for how ITP implementation is going to help them raise taxes and protect public health. And the third thing that we can clearly do where it's needed and where it's relevant is to talk to the media. And I think it unfortunately is the case at this point that there are relatively few journalists around the world who are aware of the existence of the illicit trade protocol, okay, or who are aware of just how far tracking and tracing technology has got and how cheap it has got with the years. Again, I think we need to avoid bringing up illicit trade in isolation. But as we campaign for tobacco tax increases and for all sorts of other important tobacco control measures, we can of course depend on the journalists, either spontaneously or because the tobacco industry has told them this, to bring up the question of smuggling. Okay? And that's our in to then say, well, actually there are answers on smuggling and here they are. All right. The last important thing I think we need to do is to remember, and Vera alluded to this earlier, that of course the tobacco industry has been trying hard to capture the ITP issue and present itself as the entity that will actually enforce the illicit trade protocol. And sometimes the industry, in a few kinds of cases, actually would be happy to have more enforcement. They would be happy to have more enforcement if it affects their competitors. Okay? So if you're Philip Morris, find a crackdown on BAT smuggling, etc. But of course the industry has another agenda. The industry wants governments to adopt their system for smuggling control. And they also want to rehabilitate themselves in the eyes of government and the general public and be seen as partners in fighting crime. And just very briefly, Codentify, I'm sure you've heard the word. These are these alphanumeric codes that the industry has been promoting. They've been claiming that this is a tracking and tracing system. It isn't a tracking and tracing system. And I will remind you, as Vera did earlier, of the obligations under Article 8. And in particular, it is actually not okay for parties to assign to the tobacco industry the job of doing what they're supposed to be doing, which is requiring a proper tracking and tracing system. And finally, further information, if you would like it, our website and my email. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson, for your views on how civil society can, and better said should, support entry into force of the protocol. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me now introduce you our final speaker, Madame Dr. Numadaran Vishit Vadakans. Her accomplishments include being instrumental in establishing both the Faculty of Public Health and the School of Global Studies at Dhammanas University in Thailand. Her research in areas of air pollution and health, as well as tobacco control, have produced numerous publications and led to various national policies and interventions. She continues to serve as the lead negotiator for Thailand at the Conference of the Parties for the WHO FCDC and has chaired, very successfully, major committees at the Conference of the Parties, as well as the Intersessional Working Group on the Protocol to Eliminate Illicit Trade in tobacco products until its adoption at COP. She was awarded with the WHO World No Tobacco Day Award for the Southeast Asia region in 2011. Dr. Vishit Vadakan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. The advantage of being the last speaker is that I have the last word. However, the disadvantage is that some of my issues have already been addressed by the previous speakers, but I always told my students that repetitive is good. So bear with me if I repeat some of the points that have already been made by my previous speaker. So the topic of my talk is why should we become a party to the protocol? And the operative word is we. And I feel privileged to be able to answer this question since I was actively involved in the negotiation of the protocol. The answer is yes, of course. And I like to make my arguments based on 3 points: the magnitude and the consequences of not becoming a party to the protocol, the potential implications of not ratifying, and the global benefits of the protocol. First of all, the magnitude, consequence of illicit trade. I'm sure you're all familiar with this Tobacco Atlas in the 4th edition. As you can see, the illicit trade is pervasive occurring across the globe. And it remained relatively stable since 2000. Statistics of illicit trade are difficult to find. However, studies by Yosen, my colleague in the audience, and Raw in 2011, they found that globally the consumption that is illicit trade is about 11%, and most of it in the low-income countries. And there are over 600 billion cigarettes of annual illicit consumption. The consequence is quite obvious, as we all well are aware of: loss of tax revenue. Johnson in 2010 have estimated a revenue loss of over 40 billion US dollars annually, and the consequences in terms of health impact is quite obvious, and as well as threat to good governance, especially undermining tax price policies. In terms of potential implications of not ratifying is quite enormous, but I'm focusing on one particular issue of increasing tobacco interference. I feel that that's probably the most critical implication of not ratifying the protocol. I feel that it's a ticking bomb, that the tobacco industry participation in the protocol will become a norm in the prevention and control of illicit trade. They work with government, international organization, as well as intergovernmental organization, especially in the non-health sectors. And their participation could seep into other areas of policy, therefore threatens tobacco control more generally. How do they interfere? Their main strategies are to mislead by manipulate and control data and evidence, and participate by subversive activities under CSR, working with third party, and lastly, portray themselves as the victim as well as the solution. In terms of misleading, they manipulate and control data by commissioning reports and surveys, and using that information to argue that illicit trade is due to high taxation and providing overestimation of illicit trade. And they use that to interfere and undermines taxation and price policy. For instance, this was in the Tobacco Atlas 4th edition. You can see that the tobacco industry exaggerate the scope of illicit trade as much as 2 times is the actual illicit trade percentages. In terms of, they do fund research to substantiate its claim. For example, the Asia 11 and Asia 14 illicit trade indicators in 2012 and 2013, they attempt to link tobacco taxes increases to illicit trade and provide overestimation of illicit trade in the Asia, 14 countries in Asia. They organize workshops to disseminate their findings. And for instance, last year they organized a workshop in Vietnam where the excise tax department, including from Thailand, attended the workshop when they disseminated their findings. They also fund annual reports such as Project STAR on illicit trade in Europe and so forth. Tobacco industry interference always argue that illicit trade is due to high taxation, and we all know that is the myth. The fact is that illicit tobacco product occurs in low tax as well as high tax countries. Some countries like the UK and the Philippines, when they increase in taxes, you see a decrease in illicit trade, as this shown by this graph. In the UK, from 2001 to 2012, cigarette prices rose by 37%, but the illicit market share decreased by 2/3. In the Philippines, a recent study by Ebola, not the virus, but Ebola, the researcher, they found that from 1997 to 2009, there has been tax increases, but then they see a decrease in illicit trade. The tobacco industry also claimed that, that countries should decrease tax, which will lead to decrease in illicit trade. They said that when you decrease the tax to the point where the price of legal is equal to the price of the illegal product, smokers will switch to legal cigarettes and lead to increase in revenues. And that's the myth. Studies found by Irvine and Sims, they found that when tax is reduced, you only see a modest impact on share of illegal products, and that you see a decline in tax revenues and a small increase in consumption. And the best strategy is to increase the price of illegal product by increasing legal and enforcement. And that will lead to the decline in illegal product. The tobacco industry also claimed that Australia's plain packaging lead to counterfeit cigarettes. Fact is, only one incident involved plain packaged counterfeit cigarettes. And as you see, I think I will be the first one who referenced the Tobacco Atlas 5th edition that was just launched a few hours ago. And they found that there was no increase in availability of illicit trade. In fact, in the UK, in Australia, 2.2% of the stores offering illicit trade before plain packaging decreased to 1.3% during implementation in 2012 and decreased to 0.6% in 2013. Tobacco industry is an expert on CSR, and here they have done it by financial contributions in various forms. Philip Morris has donated 15 million pounds to Interpol, and as you know, Interpol requested observer status at COP, claiming that it has the ability to collaborate and facilitate international cooperation to eliminate illicit trade. And this is an obvious conflict of interest. And PMI, in 2011, donated 55,000 euro to the International Anti-Corruption Academy to provide anti-corruption education and research. The academy is actually initiated by the European Anti-Fraud Office and the UN Office on Drugs and Crime. In terms of the DCTA, this is Digital Code and Tracking Association. They were a major sponsor of the World Customs Organization Illicit Trade Conference in 2014. In fact, the Digital Coding and Tracking Association was established by 4 transnational tobacco companies, BAT, Imperial Tobacco Group, JTI, and PMI. Interestingly, I went into the website of the DCTA, and one of their PR statement is that they offers governments 21st century solution to the problem of illicit trade. In addition, Philip Morris International promote Codentify to be the tracking and tracing of choice. This enables the transnational tobacco companies to be in control of global system overseeing illicit trade where they are a part of. It's like setting a thief to catch a thief. PMI started to work on Codentify before the adoption of the protocol. And they claim, Codentify claim that it meets international regulatory requirements, including in the protocol. And I have to ask Vera whether that's true or not. And the Digital Coding and Tracking Association collaborated with governments to promote Codentify. They started to work with Interpol in law enforcement agencies to access Codentify via Interpol Global Registrar. They also hire multinational firms. For instance, KPMG, which is one of the 4 leading auditing firms, provided £10 million project, and KPMG and GS1 launched a report promoting Codentify. Now, lastly, they portray themselves as a victim as well as the solution. That is a fact. Tobacco industrial role is in the illicit trade. There's overwhelming evidence of tobacco industry involvement historically and ongoing. In the Tobacco Atlas 5th edition, in 2000, the European Commission sued PMI for being involved in smuggling cigarettes. And after the lawsuit, you see the flow of illicit trade cigarettes drop drastically by 50%. And the mechanism that they use is that they overproduce and oversupply into the market, and that becomes illicit trade. They also use smuggling as an entry point into the closed market and open market for youth. They now use PR tactics that shift from suppliers of illicit products to be a victim. So, potential benefits of becoming a party. Revenue gains, Yosen and Raw estimated to be $31 billion annually, and that you'll have 160,000 lives saved from 2030 onward. In the UK, 3 years after instituting comprehensive strategy, you see a decline in illicit trade of more than a third, and as well as setting up good governance in your own country. Now, the potential benefits actually depends on the number of parties becoming a party to the protocol. Johnson in 2010 provided 3 scenarios. Scenario 1, when only the EU countries becoming member, the reduction is only 5 to 15%. However, when you see scenario 3, where you have a worldwide participation, the reduction becomes as high as 80%. And that also see in the number of deaths averted as the result of the protocol annually, as well as the increase in the debt benefits, that it's from 0 to almost $10 billion, UK pounds per year annually. So in conclusion, illicit tobacco trade is a global problem that needs a global solution. The implications of not ratifying is too great. And don't let the tobacco industry hijack the protocol. It is a ticking time bomb. And we are one world. I like to leave on a positive note that I'm confident that if we work together, I think we can rise to the challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vishankar. You gave us excellent answers to crucial questions on why should we ratify the protocol and what are the benefits of being a party of the protocol and how the protocol requires a comprehensive approach. So thank you very much for your presentation. And before I hand over to my co-chair, Mr. Samria, I would like to thank the other speakers, Dr. Da Costa Silva from the Convention Secretariat, Mr. Nyebo from Kenya, Mr. Das from India, and Mr. Thompson from Canada. And now I hand over to my co-chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Franz. Now that we have heard the panelists, I would like to invite questions and comments from the floor. And to be very precise, we on the dais are supposed to vacate the dais in next 2 to 3 minutes. So we have mics on both the sides.
Good morning.
I'll request you to state your name, your organization, and to be brief in your question.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Giuseppe Marra. I'm a technical attaché at the World Customs Organization. I need to clarify some contents regarding the presentation, the last presentation delivered. At the WCO, we have a conference, that is information in technology, IT. Is not illicit trade conference. The CTA is not funding an illicit trade conference. The CTA is a sponsor, as SICPA, as De La Rue, as all the authors, system of track and trace of the IT information technology that is completely different from the illicit trade area. I want to take this occasion to explain the role of WCO that is offering with this technology conference a neutral platform hosting all the systems of track and trace available on the market. Everything is absolutely clear and evident as a report on the website. Thank you.
A statement, right? I'm not sure it was a question.
We have the second question. Yeah.
I think it was a statement.
You will respond first, or she wants?
I believe that was a statement and not a question.
Yes, it was a statement, a necessary clarification regarding the specific point of your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have the next question, please.
My name is Florence Bertaletti. I'm the director of the Smoke Free Partnership, which is the organization that helped the adoption of the Tobacco Products Directive at EU level. Now, my question is going to go to Mr. Peach. First of all, I want to say congratulations on adopting a smoke-free law in your country. That's fantastic. And it's going to be very specific. As you know, I've just mentioned the Tobacco Products Directive, and within that directive there is an article, Article 15, which is about tracking and tracing. The wording of that article, however, is not as strong as Article 8 of the protocol, and there could be a danger that the tracking and tracing system that will be adopted at EU level may indeed, for instance, be something that has been mentioned quite a few times by the panel, the Codentify system, which is controlled by the tobacco industry. So my question to you is, as legally binded now by the protocol, will you ensure and work with your counterparts at EU level to ensure that the article of the of the TPD, the Tobacco Products Directive, is as strong as Article 8 of the protocol?
Thank you very much. Indeed, it is a real interesting and very important question. But you have to be aware of the fact that I'm just speaking for Austria, and Austria ratified the protocol already. I'm not able to give explanations for the European Union. But as far as we understood our role, being a member state and being one of the stakeholders, let's say it this way, we try to convince, to make out the best of it. So Austria was a very long time almost on the last place of the tobacco scale score. Now we made our homework and we try to convince all the partners, not only within the European Union and the other side too, in order to make sure that the stricter regulations, being binding ones, could be implemented in the national aspects and in this level, on the European Union level. But I have to apologize, I cannot give an explanation for the European Union, but we work hard on that and Austria did its homework already. I hope it's enough for you. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Deborah Arnott from Action on Smoking and Health in the UK. I want to congratulate all the speakers for some very important and interesting presentations, but I'm afraid my question too relates to the EU. And congratulations to Austria and to Spain for ratifying the protocol. But we're in a position still within Europe that the 28 member states, apart from Spain and Austria, the other member states, and the European Union, the Commission, have still to ratify. And I would very much like to hear your thoughts about how you and Spain will help encourage and promote the rest to ratify the protocol too, because if we can get that, then we're nearly at the, I can't remember, Vera, whether it's 34 or 36 parties that we need to make it 40 to bring the protocol into force.
I guess it was a statement too, but you are absolutely right. Our task it is to encourage and to promote ratifying the protocol. we try to convince our partners.
I think it was a question, and if I can just come back on it quickly, a lot of work is needed in the EU fora for discussion for this to be taken forward. And can I look forward to Austria and Spain taking a lead and encouraging the others to follow?
What Austria and I guess Spain is doing now to convince our partners within the European Union, and we were asked very often in the last days, how did you do that? Knowing and taking into account the problems in behind. And we gave them all our papers which explained how to do it, and we are convinced that we can do it. That's why Austria did it.
Yeah.
Just to, I think that here's where we are. We need more people just pushing for the entry into force of the protocol in illicit trade. We need the civil society transforming the hard language into soft advocacy words. And we need our 6 champions, including Austria, to champion the protocol. My dream, no, it is a personal dream, is that we could hold the first MOP in India already with COP7. And I hope that we can push parties to look into the matter, because I think that the discussion here of this panel was very, very, very instrumental. I think that all the different aspects around the protocol on illicit trade were addressed from the point of view of policy making, advocacy, the influence, interference of the tobacco industry, and what are the different political points being raised. So I think now it's time for hands-on, time just to problematize, for the civil society to come on, for the WCO to be just pushing the ratification of the protocol on illicit trade. Time just to start thinking about what are the tracking and tracing systems existing, to bring the academia just to bring a discussion on how the implementation of the tracking and tracing systems in the different countries are impacting, if they are working properly. You know, we need some move on this. We need to shake the process. So I would like to thank all the panelists and the audience for, I think, the nice discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vera. Over to Dr. Franz to conclude the session.
Thank you very much. We run out of time, but I guess there should be 1 minute to summarize the main and key aspects. I guess we got a good example on what to do and how we could proceed in ratifying the protocols. There is an added value and there is a benefit to all the parties of WHO FCDC. We got some experiences from a number of countries, such as Kenya, which showed us the track and trace system as required by the protocol can be established. And it's with minimal investments, and it also states out that costs can be passed on the industry. And last but not least, the multi-sectoral cooperation is crucial, very crucial, both at the national and international levels. And the Ministries of Health has to along all the relevant sectors on board to ensure successful ratification, accession, and the implementation of the protocol. Maybe you know Austria is very famous for its Mozart, for its music, and for the skiing Alps. Maybe now we are famous for having ratified the protocol, being the first member state of European Union. Thank you very much. And the session is closed.
We're starting. Martin? Yes. Colleagues, thanks for joining us for this Tri-Plenary Electronic Nicotine Delivery Systems. My name is Doug Betcher from the World Health Organization. And we've got a very, very interesting plenary ahead of us on one of the most intriguing, one of the most challenging issues in tobacco control and public health. There's this different ways of the e-cigarettes have been described. Some have described it as a double-edged sword, both threats and opportunities, and we're going to give a fair briefing and fair discussion to all those different perspectives from the side of policy implementation, from the governmental side, from the academic and evidence-based side, research side, and we'll try to open the floor also to questions in an interactive session towards the end. So we'll try in this session, our objective is to better understand the public health benefits and risks of electronic nicotine delivery systems, which WHO has coined as ENDS, and their potential use as a means to cessation. We will seek to further understand the policy and regulatory objectives and options for ENDS and examine concerns regarding tobacco industry involvement with the ENDS business. ENDS are the subject of a public health debate among bona fide tobacco control advocates, and whereas some experts welcome ENDS as a pathway to the reduction of tobacco smoking, others characterize them as products that could undermine efforts to denormalize tobacco use. So ENDS, as I mentioned at the outset, represent an evolving frontier filled with promise and also threats, a double-edged sword. Whether ENDS fulfill the promise or the threat depends on a complex set of dynamic interplays among the industries marketing electronic nicotine delivery systems, and it's further complicated by the fact that all of the major tobacco companies today are shareholders and are in some stage of producing and marketing these products. So, and also then it depends on consumer responses, regulators, policymakers, practitioners, scientists, advocates. WHO presented a report to the Conference of the Parties of the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control in Moscow last October, and I'm very happy to have as my co-chair Dr. Vera da Costa Silva. Maybe you'd like to introduce yourself too, because we're going to be going hand in hand in managing the session.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. It doesn't work? Yeah, sorry. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I think that this is a session that brings to discussion an issue that has been on the newspapers on the last 2 years, and where polarized opinions were just put in the context of whether ENDS should be promoted or should be banned, whether ENDS should be seen as a hope, or whether ENDS should be something that we should disconsider at all. And having all this in mind, I have joined the Secretariat in June last year. I had on my hands the hot discussion on a topic that would be submitted to the Conference of the Parties in October, and would really pave the way for parties to move on and take decisions in regard on ENDS, whether to regulate, whether to not regulate, or whether to ban, or whether to transform it in a drug and or a tobacco product. I think that at the end of the day, we had an excellent report from the World Health Organization, and parties were absolutely fantastic in terms of putting together a decision that captures the essence of WHO's paper and goes beyond it by bringing to the attention of the world that ENDS and also electronic non-nicotine delivery systems are an issue that has to be in the public health agenda. So having said that, I think that we are now ready to start our discussion. Thank you.
Great. So just a thumbnail sketch of the topography of this session. So we're going to start off with an overview of the Conference of Parties decision on ENDS. Then we're going to go into a overview of the WHO position paper on ENDS that was requested by the 180 parties to the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control for a presentation in Moscow last March. Then we're going to have perspectives from the scientific regulatory aspect, both from both ends of the spectrum. And then we're going to have case studies from different countries that have chosen to regulate ENDS in different ways. So to kick off the session, I will introduce first of all a friend and colleague, Ana Claudia Bastos from Brazil. She's graduated in law and is a specialist in regulatory matters, including specifically tobacco control regulation. She's been working in tobacco control in Anvisa, which is the regulatory, statutory empowered regulatory authority for tobacco control issues and other regulatory issues in Brazil, and she's been there for 8 years. So over to you, Ana Claudia.
I think it's okay. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank WHO for inviting me to be speaking here on behalf of the parties that have approved this decision during COP6 last October in Russia. And I would also like to thank the UAE for hosting this event here, this enormous and grandiose event. I have already participated in 3 of these World Congresses, and I think that it's one of the most important event that we have together, all the scientific research and results that we can share. So to talk about the decision, I would like just to go back in history a bit. And when it started was during COP4 that the parties invited the Convention Secretariat with WHO to prepare a comprehensive report based on the experience of parties at that time on the matter of ENDS for consideration at the 6th session of the COP. Sorry for the typo. Recognizing then that the parties had adopted various regulatory strategies with respect to ENDS, then the report brought items such as outrighting the ban on their sales, the adoption of regulations similar to that applicable to the marketing of medicines, to control it as a tobacco product, or no control at all. These were the outlines that came up with the report. And then for COP6, there was this result from extraneous studies and meetings that we had. And some of the outlines from the report were to prevent the initiation of ENDS, and that's when, as Dr. Da Costa Silva said, the discussion brought into the theme of the non-nicotine delivery systems as well, by non-smokers and youth, also to minimize as far as possible potential health risks, to prevent unproven health claims from being made about ENDS or non-nicotine deliveries as well, to protect tobacco control activities from all commercial and other vested interests, basically, and most important of all, from the tobacco industry themselves, to consider prohibiting or regulating ENDS, including as tobacco products, as medicinal products, as consumer products, or any other category as appropriate, to consider banning or restricting advertising, promotion, and sponsoring of ends. Parties should consider also to invite WHO and also parties who already have been dealing with the subject to have comprehensively monitoring of the use of ends in their countries, including the relevant questions in all appropriate surveys. And also parties should be encouraged to invite WHO to prepare an expert report with independent scientists and concerned regulators for the 7th session of the COP. And this report should address items such as an update on the evidence of the health impacts of ends, the potential role in quitting tobacco usage, impact on tobacco control efforts, assess policy options to achieve objectives outlined in paragraph 2, and to consider the methods to measure content and emissions of this product. And not to leave it without any photo session, I would say that I would like to flash you from where we began to where we are going to, just to raise some awareness of how this market is growing and how fast it is going. That was the first one. This is a new generation. Going back to advertising. This is electronic water pipe. And they claim to have no tobacco, no nicotine, no ashes, no flame. These are the innovations we have in the market. And these are not just photos, they are actually out there being sold. Liquids, all kinds of flavors. And I would like to thank you very much so that we know that tobacco control is a wide range of topics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ana Claudia, for the very inspiring presentation. And it's really unbelievable how these products evolve so fastly in so different directions. I would like now to introduce my dear friend and colleague, Dr. Armando Peruga, who is one of the good public health brains I have the pleasure to know, and who is the program manager of the Tobacco Free Initiative at the World Health Organization headquarters in Switzerland. He has worked on tobacco control during the last 20 years in WHO, so I was working already in tobacco control when I got to know him, and he was working with risk factors for cardiovascular diseases, if I remember well. He has a doctoral degree in public health, and his native Spain. He was the dean of the National School of Public Health. So he's gonna drive us through the excellent paper. He was one of the key authors that has prepared and that displays WHO's positions on ends and was presented to the to the 6th Conference of the Parties. Armando, my dear, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Vera. Just wanted, as Vera said, to go very quickly through the report on ends that WHO was requested to present to the Conference of Parties that was celebrated or done in October last year. Just as a description, the report has 5 sections: an introduction, product design and content, the ends market, questions related to the use of ends and regulatory approaches. And I'll describe briefly each of them. The introduction describes the electronic cigarettes, as Douglas mentioned, as an evolving frontier filled with promise and as well as threat. And the report, given this situation, clearly indicates that evidence and recommendations are subject to rapid change.
In terms of the product design and context, you all know very well, the main constituents of the solutions are propylene glycol with or without glycerol and flavoring agents, and sometimes they have nicotine when it's present. There's heated and delivered as an aerosol to the lung of the user. Perhaps the key element of the design is that there's certain variability in terms of battery voltage, unit circuitry differences, which can result in variability in the product's ability to heat the solution, and therefore in terms of the capacity to deliver nicotine and the contribution to the thermal decomposition of the liquid components, and therefore to the different levels of formation of, if potentially, toxicants in the emissions. In terms of the report also focus a little bit on the fact that is a growing market, increasingly dominated by transnational tobacco companies, which are aggressively competing with the independent companies to gain market share, suing other companies alleging patent infringement in some cases. Now, in terms of the more substantive sections, there's one section related to 3 questions related to the use of ENDS. One is in terms of health, potential health risk to ENDS users as well as non-users. The third is about the efficacy in helping smokers to quit smoking and eventually nicotine dependence. And the third question or set of questions are in relation to the impact of these devices into the existing tobacco control efforts. So the report concludes that in terms of health risk, that well-regulated electronic nicotine delivery systems used by established adult smokers as a complete substitution for cigarettes will likely be less toxic than conventional cigarettes. However, the report also calls the attention on the fact that mostly because of the nicotine content, it poses serious threats to adolescents and fetuses, and also that there is an increased exposure of non-smokers and bystanders to nicotine, particulate matter, and some toxicants. What the level is, it's still lower than cigarettes, though, in the majority of cases. In terms of the question about efficacy as a cessation aid, we reviewed all the evidence, and we concluded that the evidence at this point is very, very limited and does not allow to reach a firm conclusion in either way, whether they help or not. However, it's also important to note that the results of the only randomized controlled trial that compare the use of ENDS to the use of nicotine patches without medical assistance in the general population, the results show, as I said, a similar although low efficacy for quitting smoking. In terms of the third set of questions, the report goes into the impact of tobacco control effort, and there's some discussion about the concerns about gateway and renormalization concerns, indicating that at the moment of the report was drafted, there was very little evidence in general about the use of electronic cigarettes by non-smokers, adolescents, and the very little that existed at that point didn't show much inroads into that, although later information has expanded this concern a little bit more. In terms of the role of the tobacco industry, the report expressed concerns on the role of the tobacco industry, as their interest lies in maintaining the status quo in favor of the most or their most profitable product, which are cigarettes, and therefore selling ENDS is also manipulated by the tobacco industry to bring reputational benefit to the companies, as they pretend to be part of the solution to the smoking epidemic. Also, there's concerns about the use of electronic nicotine delivery system in places where smoking is not allowed, not only because it increases above the background levels the exposure to exhale aerosol toxicants and particular matter to bystanders, but also because there's a potential reduction of quitting incentives, and also it may conflict with the smoking denormalization effect. Finally, the final section is on regulation of ends. They establish some or proposes some regulatory objectives. I won't go that into detail because that was captured by the decision of the COP practically in its entirety. And then the report suggested some regulatory options as well, some discussion on possible regulatory framework. In terms of regulatory options, I would say that there were several, there were up to 8. I will mention only a few of them. One is to prohibit unproven health claims for ends, bans the ends use in indoor public places until exhale vapor is proven not to be harmful and not undermining smoke-free policy enforcement. There's also a regulatory option that considers the possibility of restricting the promotion and sponsorship of these products, and finally a consideration of the banning of end solutions with fruit, candy-like and alcohol drink flavors until shown not attractive to minors. The final section of the regulatory chapter indicates that in order to achieve the objectives that were set in the report, the idea is to use any available national regulatory framework that could best provide solid regulatory grounds, and not necessarily from a global perspective recommend to regulate it as tobacco or as a consumer or as a pharmaceutical devices, because that varies quite a lot by country. So every country should decide about what's the best regulatory framework to do that. And that's in summary what the report says. The COP took that into consideration and arrived to the decision that Ana Claudia presented recently. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Armando, for that very concise and informative overview of the report that WHO submitted to the Conference of the Parties. And it's, to follow up on what Vera was saying as well, too, it's amazing in the early part of the century, then when the treaty was negotiated, even when it was adopted and even entered into force, that ENDS products were nowhere to be seen. It shows the force of globalization in the 21st century. I remember myself, the first time I ever saw a prototype of an e-cigarette was at the margins, I think coffee break of a meeting in Beijing to discuss the Framework Convention, and I was presented with a set of cartridges and this early prototype of an e-cigarette. And to think WHO issued our first press release and had our first press conference on e-cigarettes in September of 2008, and now look at the rapidity that they are now globalized. And it is was a major topic of discussion, a hot topic for discussion at the Conference of the Parties, as it is a very key topic for a plenary in this World Conference. Thank you. Our next speaker is a friend, a colleague, I would say mentor, my guru in public health and tobacco control. I mean, one can't use enough positive adjectives to discuss Professor Srinath Reddy. Is a cardiologist, epidemiologist who has moved in the Indian and global tobacco control agenda, as well to the global NCD agenda, the NCD agenda and development agenda in India. He is the president of the Public Health Foundation of India, which he created. He's been on the forefront of advocacy for tobacco control since the 1980s. He was the chief member of India's official delegation for the negotiations of the Framework Convention. He's received mountains of awards, but in the area of tobacco control, he received the WHO's Director General's Award for Outstanding Global Leadership in Tobacco Control in 2003, and also received a Luther Terry Medal for Outstanding Contributions to Tobacco Control in 2009. It's an honor to introduce you, Srinith. And Srinith is going to focus on a perspective of regulation on ENDS and their regulation.
Thank you, Douglas, and good evening, friends. We are at a point in history where it is considered fairly reasonable to envision a tobacco-free world by 2040. However, the paths to that goal seem to be disputed with the advent of the electronic nicotine delivery devices. To the extent that we begin to wonder whether the introduction of ENDS really will spell the end game for tobacco or is an ends game of tobacco. And therefore, while considering this, we need to look at whether ENDS actually represent a pathway to harm reduction, a bridge to cessation, or do they constitute a potential public health threat, a gateway to addiction, and provide a new mask for the tobacco industry. And in trying to judge as objectively as possible from the public health perspective, one realizes this is a complex issue in which one has to consider the chemistry, the biology, the early clinical effects, epidemiology, beliefs and behaviors, and, very importantly, the business interests of the industries involved. I'm no chemist, but nevertheless it's very clear that while the nicotine delivery device itself consists of propylene glycol, glycerol, or both, and nicotine, and several flavoring agents in most cases, the problem is related, of course, also not only to the nicotine-released vapor, but also to some of the cytotoxic heavy metals, and the presence of diacetyl and acetyl propionyl in the sweet-flavored e-cigarette liquids, and ultrafine particles which can go deep into the respiratory tract. But more than these, what is worrying me is a recent publication in the New England Journal of Medicine, which says that the formaldehyde is a degradation product of propylene glycol and is a group 1 carcinogen according to the International Agency for Research on Cancer. And when formaldehyde reacts with propylene glycol and glycerol to produce hemiacetals, these again are formaldehyde releasing agents, or FRAs, which are used as industrial biocides. So why are we worried about it? According to this paper by Jensen and others, published in the New England Journal on January 22nd this year, an e-cigarette user vaping at a rate of 3 ml per day would inhale about 14.4 milligrams of formaldehyde per day as formaldehyde releasing agent. And this is a conservative estimate because all of the vapor is not captured. Conventional cigarette smoking, in contrast, releases 3 milligrams per pack of 20 cigarettes. The authors go on to say that formaldehyde releasing agents may deposit more efficiently in the respiratory tract than gaseous formaldehyde and thereby cause further release and damage. They project that long-term vaping may be associated with an incremental lifetime cancer risk which is 5 to 15 times as high as the risk associated with long-term smoking. So when we are looking at the claim that this is going to be safer than a cigarette, one has to consider what the potential harms could be, and I have not yet seen any contestation of this paper, though it's a recent publication, but nevertheless, it's a cause for worry. When we look at the biological effects, we not only recognize an early effect of increased airway resistance, an increase in blood pressure, heart rate, and the formation and rupture of plaques, which can lead to serious consequences because nicotine is certainly vasculotoxic. We have also documented neurocognitive effects of decreased fetal and adolescent brain development, especially when pregnant women are exposed to it. And the fact that nicotine is also a tumor promoter and because of its severe vasoconstrictive effect, including placental blood flow, can result in stillbirth, low birth size, and again because of the vasoconstrictor effect, can also lead possibly to erectile dysfunction. It has an effect on decreasing stem cells and birth size, but also can possibly have some epigenetic effects which may be deleterious in the long run. When it comes to epidemiology, where the real proof lies of harm, we do recognize that long-term effects are still to be elucidated because this is a recent entry. But lack of evidence of harm does not mean evidence of lack of harm. And particularly when we look at the chemistry and the potential for harm, one has to exercise caution in this case, rather than give it a clean chit. And the past experience of milds, the so-called low-tar, low-nicotine cigarettes, teaches us that patterns of use matter irrespective of the product characteristics. We have learned to our dismay that we committed a big mistake by allowing those kind of false health claims when actually the patterns of use resulted in an increased risk of cancer, cardiovascular disease, and other disease risk, and it took a long while to retrace that regulatory lapse. Therefore, the potential for harm must influence regulatory approach in any state of uncertainty. And of course, the beliefs that are propagated by way of advertisement or also by way of misinformation spread through other means, that these are healthier, cheaper, consist only of harmless water vapor, they're cleaner, they're modern, it eliminates secondhand smoke, and it can be used by smokers to circumvent smoke-free policies, and it is safer than nicotine replacement therapy. So all of these create a conducive environment for greater uptake. And this results in altered behaviors, increased use by adolescents, dual use by smokers, return of the ex-smoker who believes now that it's safe to return to a different way of smoking or vaping, and vaping in smoke-free areas to avoid the restrictions placed on smoke-free by smoke-free laws. But what is really worrisome is the higher penetration among youth, especially there's a huge penetration through the internet, and as the internet nets the youth, we have to worry about this interneting effect of ends. And this is very clear. While the claim is that overall the advent of ends will steer away prospective smokers away from cigarettes into a much safer product, in this published study from Poland in 2014, we see that between 2010 to 2011 and 2013 to 2014, a very small period of time, the number of adolescents smoking, the proportion of adolescents smoking regular cigarettes has increased, alongside a huge increase in the use of ends. So the use of ends has actually not obviated the increase in smoking of conventional cigarettes. Indeed, the dual use has gone up, using both of them. And therefore, this permissive atmosphere that's created by ends, it can also be dangerous, and that we see in this particular study from Poland, and we have to certainly anticipate that this is not going to be an isolated trend, an isolated event in one country. In terms of cessation, is it hope or hype? The WHO report has already been referred to, saying that it is inconclusive. But there is yet another publication in Pharmacotherapy, Annals of Pharmacotherapy in 2014, which says, after a review of all the literature, that long-term cessation is not sustained at 6 months. So again, we are not sure how long this effect of ends as a cessation-promoting agent is going to last. It can, on the other hand, be a barrier to quitting. Another study suggests that e-cigarette use, and particularly dual use, could reduce the likelihood of quitting, and intermittent e-cigarette use is negatively associated with the motivation to quit. But these are scientific studies which we must necessarily cite. But here we have an e-cigarette manufacturer, Craig Youngblood, and you can Google and see WebMD for his interview. He says, "My company makes no health claims. This product is not a smoking cessation device. My company does not make that claim." So when they themselves are not claiming it to be a smoking cessation device, should we then trust that it is indeed so? But what worries me more is the likely behavior and the commercial interests of the tobacco industry, which is now acquiring a greater and greater share in the ends manufacture and marketing as well. Let us look at 3 possible scenarios. Scenario 1 is a complete switch is accomplished from cigarettes to ends, and ends also will disappear over time since it's only a temporary cessation bridge. This, I believe, is of extremely low probability because the tobacco industry does not have a suicidal wish. It only kills. It does not want to kill itself. In terms of scenario 2, there could be a complete switch from cigarettes to ends by 2025, but ends is endless. It will go on. If that happens, then we will have a completely nicotine-addicted world that continues to give profits to the tobacco industry. But even this I consider of low probability because these are not inexpensive devices. What's going to happen is that in the low and middle income countries where the largest numbers of smokers will be there in the future and are indeed there, many will not be able to afford it. So the tobacco industry will reserve this for the higher income countries where the purchasing capacity of these contraptions is much higher, but at the same time continue to dump conventional cigarettes in the low and middle income countries, and the global divide of tobacco will continue or even be exacerbated. So this is low probability. In terms of scenario 3, there would be dual use across the world with both cigarettes and ends. Youth and ex-smokers would be drawn to cigarettes, the real thing, via ends, and this is high probability. And there, tobacco industry will have the best of both worlds, leaving humanity with the worst of all worlds. This is what I apprehend. But I do respect the genuine enthusiasm of those who are advocates of ends and believe it's a pathway to getting the society rid of tobacco. But I would urge them to consider Louis Pasteur's advice to his young researchers. Keep your enthusiasm, but let strict verification be its constant companion. And if I may paraphrase that, my appeal to them would be, keep your enthusiasm, but let strict verification and precautionary regulation be its constant companion. Therefore, I have no hesitation in endorsing the stand taken by COP on the basis of the WHO report. Thank you.
My brilliant friend has, as usual, made a brilliant presentation. Thank you, Srinath Reddy. I will now turn to Professor Jean-François Zette. Professor Jean-François Zette will bring the contrasting view on the ends as a public health tool. And he is an associate professor at the University of Geneva. Originally trained in medical radiology, he holds a PhD in political science and a master's in public health. He is an internationally known expert on e-cigarettes and has over 20 years of conducting smoking etiology, prevention, and cessation research. He has published widely on smoking cessation trials and various psychological questions related to tobacco dependence and smoking cessation. He has recently published a comprehensive book on e-cigarettes, which is the first of its kind on the topic. In addition, he is credited with publishing some of the first scientific papers on e-cigarettes. Professor Etter, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you for your kind introduction, and thank you, Armando and Douglas, for inviting me today. I used to start with the conflicts of interest slides. I have no conflicts of interest with the tobacco industry and the pharma industry. The e-cigarette company 2 years ago paid plane tickets for me to visit e-cigarette factories in China, but I was not paid for these meetings. I want to emphasize a very important point is the problem comes from the combustion of tobacco. It's burnt tobacco, which is the problem, not tobacco itself or not nicotine by itself. What we need to get rid of is the combustion of tobacco mainly. Any other form of tobacco other than cigarettes is less toxic. And the good news is that combustion is an obsolete technology. In this field, as in many other fields, we have a technological revolution, and combustion is about to be replaced partially by new technologies that vaporize either pure nicotine or whole tobacco. For e-cigarettes, they were not invented by the tobacco industry, but by people in China, and still today the main manufacturers are in China and in other countries in Asia. But we will soon see on the market new types of vaporizers, and these are largely developed by big tobacco, like heated tobacco products. I've listed a few here, or vaporizers that use a propellant gas to vaporize nicotine. I have listed an example, or chemical reactions. These are developed by the tobacco industry. Are these products safe? No, they're not, of course. Do they need to be safe? Well, no. As long as they are used by smokers, they only need to be safer than combustible cigarettes. In a harm reduction approach, you choose between the lesser of two evils. It's quite important to understand that there's a continuum of risk. The most dangerous product, the one that we need to get rid of, is combustible cigarettes. Smokeless tobacco is way much dangerous than cigarettes. Swedish snus is a form of smokeless that's less dangerous than most other forms of smokeless. E-cigarettes are less dangerous than Swedish snus, and nicotine medications are at the other extreme that are quite safe. How much safer? The question is, how much safer are e-cigarettes? Well, experts, David Nutt and others, have published recently a paper saying that e-cigarettes are about 97% safer than combustible cigarettes. They have only 3% of the risk. So what about appropriate regulation? Appropriate regulation should maximize the number of smokers who switch to vaporizers and minimize the number of never smokers who use these vaporizers. Are the current regulation or the current proposals for regulations like the Tobacco Products Directive and others going in this direction? I don't think so, unfortunately. And why aren't we seeing, if the products are safer and provide nicotine and flavor, why is it that we don't see a massive switch of smokers to these safer products? Well, perhaps the products themselves are less satisfactory than combustible cigarettes. They deliver nicotine at a slower rate and don't have the same flavors. Also, there's excessive regulation, prohibition of nicotine containing ads or of all products in some countries. Regulators typically are risk averse. They want to protect themselves from risks, not the public. There's also an increase in the perception that these products are dangerous. Many smokers think they are just as dangerous as cigarettes. Negative reports receive much coverage by the press. There are also a lot of ideological issues, like the rejection of harm reduction principles, the proponents of abstinence-only theories that always end up in prohibition, and we see that in the fields of addictions, prohibitions are largely a failure. There's a rejection of any product sold by tobacco companies, even if they are safer and replace cigarettes. Rejection of a product that resembles a cigarette and bears its name. There's also, from a sociological perspective, the rejection by the public health establishment of an outsider approach that does not rely on traditional coercive measures, and the gateway hypothesis. The most important objection, the gateway hypothesis, the idea that never smokers will use ends and then they will get addicted to nicotine and then they will smoke. It's quite important to emphasize that there is absolutely no scientific evidence that e-cigarettes are a gateway to smoking. There's no evidence of that. The study by Maciej Goniewicz, the Polish study that was just presented to you, compares two samples that are not comparable. Maciej is a friend, but he's not an epidemiologist, he's more a toxicologist. And this selected study does not reflect what's occurring in other countries where the increase in experimentation of ends is accompanied by a decrease in smoking. So it's true that young people more and more are trying these products, but daily use of ends in never smokers is extremely rare. And in many cases, what is presented as regular use is actually past 30-day use in many statistics, in statistics by the CDC, for instance. And past 30-day use is not equivalent to regular use because there's experimentation included. And even showing that there is daily use would not be sufficient. In order to prove a causal link between ants and smoking, you need sophisticated epidemiological studies that are able to prove a causal link, and no such study has been published to this date. So the gateway hypothesis is just that, a hypothesis that is not based on any sound scientific study to this date. So in many regulations, people want to apply the same restriction to ants as to tobacco products. This does not take into account the continuum of risk, the fact that not all tobacco and nicotine products are equally dangerous, and regulations should reflect that. There is a risk that ants and vaporizers will be excessively regulated. They are already much safer, 97% safer. So if you, for instance, limit nicotine levels or prohibit flavors, then you will only marginally increase the safety of these products while losing a large number of smokers who will not switch to e-cigarettes if it's not satisfying, if there's no flavors, for instance, or not enough nicotine. So the unintended consequences of excessive regulation can be large, and regulators should consider these unintended effects, and they also should be held accountable for that. They can't just regulate competitors to cigarettes, by this way defending the cigarette market and not be held accountable for what they're doing. So, and regulation should also not stifle innovation and competition. Competition is a huge driver of innovation, and it should not be killed. What's going to happen if there is excessive regulation is that we're going to give the whole market to the tobacco industry. This is what's going to happen because they are the only ones that can survive in a heavily regulated environment. The small manufacturers and the small distributors, many from China, they just can't survive in a regulated, in a excessively regulated environment. They just don't have the teams of lawyers and scientists. So by designing excessive regulations, we are just giving this market to big tobacco. They are very active, very well informed, and very influential. Take, for instance, the example of the consistent dose of nicotine in the Tobacco Products Directive in the EU. The fact that products should deliver the same dose of nicotine from the first to the last puff. Is it important for the smoker? It's not. The level of nicotine is determined by the brain, not only by the device itself. Is it important for the industry? Yes, because they are the only ones that are able to do this. The other ones aren't able to do sophisticated products that deliver always the same dose of nicotine. This article is a Trojan horse of the tobacco industry. So the tobacco industry will soon dominate this market, not only because regulation will protect them and kill their competitors, but also because they invest hugely. They invest billions of dollars in these new sorts of vaporizers. They then will be in a position to determine the fate of this market and to kill it if it's less profitable than the combustible market. This is going to be an unintended consequences of excessive regulation. So there is right now a window of opportunity that will soon close. Many aspects of the regulation that are now being designed are worse than the status quo, but once in place, these regulations will be very hard to change. We are typically in a situation where technological advance is confronted to conservatism, and to conclude, we should not miss this great opportunity because of excessive regulation and negative attitudes toward harm reduction approaches. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jean-Francois. So I think we managed to show a spectrum of views from the scientific perspective, the epidemiological perspective, and that provides a good foundation for actually seeing what the regulatory approaches of different countries look like as a sample number of case studies. But I think it's interesting to see that certainly we are given the rapidity to which e-cigarettes ends have globalized, that there is an epidemiological experimental evidence lacunae that needs to be filled. It's good that we're having we will have a transparent debate here as well too. We'll open up questions as well too. It has been concerning though in the last couple of years as well too, that this debate hasn't always been transparent and polite. In fact, the lacuna of evidence has inflamed very high emotions, and the social media aspects of it have been sometimes astounding, if not almost frightening as well too. And I think it's important that as we proceed, that the whole area of development of evidence and epidemiology in the future and how it feeds into regulation does not divide the public health community and the tobacco control community, because that certainly would also feed into the tobacco industry's aims. So moving in, changing directions, changing gears into the regulatory domain, we're going to start with Panama's regulatory experience, and I'm going to introduce good friend and longtime colleague, Dr. Reina Roa. Sometimes it's said that we're all working in different posts or whatever, but we're all replaceable. I'm not sure if that applies to Reina Roa though. We certainly have relied on Reina as a major driving force in making Panama one of the strongest countries for tobacco control legislation in the Western Hemisphere, if not in the world. She's a very dynamic colleague. She's a medical doctor from Panama University. Since 2004, she has been the focal point for tobacco control for the Ministry of Health of Panama, where she is the National Director of Health Planning for the Ministry of Health since 2014. She has substantial experience in tobacco control, having served on as Panama representative for the Conference of the Parties through 6 successive Conferences of the Parties, and has previously the representative of Panama during the negotiations of the Framework Convention. And you have the floor right now.
Thank you, Douglas. Good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity offered me to share with you the Panamanian experience in regulating ends. During this presentation, briefly share with you 3 key elements: the justification of the rule applied, current regulation, and monitoring mechanisms for your control. In order to regulate the use ends, Panama was based on Article 109 of the National Constitution that made it a duty to ensure the health status of the population, complete physical, mental, and social well-being. Likewise, the state guardianship sustained a human risk and a public good, which is the health of the population, and therefore the responsibility to protect the health of all direct and indirect impact on products to promote nicotine addictions. Another one reason is when the MO is created, it empowers and grants the responsibility to implement actions to promote, protect, repair, and rehabilitation of health. How come the state responsibility? And identifying and conducting health policies of the states and FCTC mandates. Was placed highlighted key approach on this subject Collett, who in 2009 indicated that the sale, dissemination, and use of e-cigarettes or the like can undermine one of the key objectives of the WHO FCTC, easing and maintain addiction to nicotine, still valid conclusions. The need to ensure compliance with FCTC Article 9.3 is prohibiting also highlight the manufacturers import objects that have the shape and design of tobacco products that may be attractive to minors. will sign 2009 by Resolution 660 in Panama marketing e-cigarettes and likewise prohibit as harmful and detrimental to health, and that this may induce the first tobacco use in children and teenagers. This standard did not regulate its use in public setting and in fact showed that these products were bought by internet and out of my country. In addition, 2.1 has already been stated to tobacco control law provides that the state and civil society establishing public health policies and effective measures to prevent, control, and reduce the tobacco use, nicotine addiction, and tobacco smoke exposures. The document FCTC COP 530 on electronic nicotine device systems was also used as reference because it has a much technical information with respect to the nicotine damage to the respiratory system. This document supports the nicotine inhale, doses delivery releasing a vaporized mixture of this substance, and propylene glycol might be dangerous for lung, regardless of the nicotine effects and its penetration in the lung tissues. Furthermore, it was supported the nicotine involvement with the development of lung cancer by stimulating non-neuronal receptors and help the spread of the plural number of cancers. It was noted that e-cigarettes without nicotine and other ends are designed stainless steels, have a camera whose liquid nicotine cartridge contains up 24 milligrams of nicotine and operate with the rechargeable battery. Finally, it suggests that there is unsatisfactory scientific evidence to conclude that you can use to help you quit smoking. You are either not capable of creating or spreading addiction, that are safe and safe for human use and are products of quality, safety, and prevent. Since 2009, in Panama prohibited the marketing of e-cigarettes and the like, and has empowered the National Customs Authority to prevent the entry of these products into my country. It's also empowered to penalty and suspension of sale marketing them. In December of the last year, the Resolution 606 of 2009 was complemented with the approval of the executive order. The new legal instrument banned on the use of ends, vaporizer, e-cigarettes, or other similar device with or without nicotine in the following locations where is prohibited the smoked tobacco use, which are referred in the Article 5 of the Tobacco Control Law. The monitoring mechanism for control of this regulation is the same as the applied to the tobacco products. The process begins with the disclosure of existing provision and guide to management. The mechanism considers routine sanitary inspections, a special operation, and attention of compliance throughout the mode hotline, internet, or a special hotline of government. For its development outbreak, activities and staff training are conducted and coordinated with the competent authorities such as custom inspectors, policies, local government, and others. This is a screen image captured log tobacco inspections where electronic cigarettes and the like are included. Finally, in this slide is possible to see the penalty categorization in the public health by administrative level of the MO. The authorities-based facilities of the system can be up to 500 and confiscate items or products. The regional networks can place between 500 and $1,000 to $5,000, in addition to confiscate and destroy the eaten or products and make temporary closures. Will the Public Health General Director put fines up to $100,000 besides the permanent closure as appropriate? Many thanks for your attention.
I will borrow Douglas' words for Reina. Reina is really irreplaceable, not only in her country regionally, but just globally. She has been absolutely helpful in all the process since the negotiation of the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. Thank you, Dr. Reina. So I would now just give the floor to our sixth speaker, who is Dr. Wendy Thornton. She comes from the country and party to a treaty we are watching at this point in time with their plain packaging success, and we are watching globally all the challenges, the legal challenges, and we are absolutely looking forward to the victory of Australia over all these different challenges, because plain packaging should become the reality for every party around the world. So Dr. Wendy is a PhD in geography from the Australian National University and joined the Department of Health of Australia in February 2015 as Deputy Secretary of the National Program Delivery Group. She is responsible for the Population Health Division, Indigenous and Rural Health Division, and the Health Workforce Division. From 2010, Dr. Thornton was the Deputy Secretary of Policy Group at the Department of Immigration and Border Protection. And before that, she worked in the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet. During the time, she was awarded the Public Service Medal for her contribution to effective national counter-terrorism arrangement. Dr. Wendy, you can help also with the protocol to eliminate illicit trade, no? Apart from the electronic cigarettes. So please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for that introduction, and it will be clear to the audience that while there are many, many decades of experience in relation to tobacco and smoking control at the table, I add only 6 weeks experience, so you do need new blood every now and then, and I'm it today, so but thank you for the introduction. There we go. So thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in today's discussion about the very topical issue of electronic nicotine delivery systems, or ENDS. Australia's position on ENDS should very much be understood in the context of its experience implementing a comprehensive range of tobacco control measures over several decades to reduce smoking prevalence. Our comprehensive approach in tobacco control is not only effective, but the measures implemented have been associated with low levels of risk for successive Australian governments and for state and territory governments in Australia. But I think in contrast, there are a number of risks for the community and for government associated with the emergence of ENDS in the market and in the face of the uncertainty that we've been hearing about today. We were behind the curve with regard to tobacco control, and we definitely need to be ahead of the curve with ENDS, and that is our intention. Like many countries, we allowed tobacco use to proliferate in Australia. We only implemented measures to reduce smoking after the tobacco epidemic was established. Tobacco smoking prevalence peaked before the long-term impacts of smoking were identified and before we had strong evidence about the health impacts. But knowledge of the costs of smoking has improved immensely, as shown in the slide. We have a very recent comprehensive study in Australia which has found that up to 66% of smokers will die from a smoking-related disease if they don't quit. Few of us here would disagree with the statement on the slide in front of you that was made by a spokesperson for Philip Morris. But we let industry get ahead of the game with smoking tobacco. And this was a costly lesson to learn, and many countries, including Australia, have spent billions trying to address the health problems associated with smoking and nicotine addiction. And of course there's been the human toll, the billions of lives that have been and will continue to be affected by smoking. We have good reason, I think, to take a cautious approach with ENDS. We don't want history to be repeated. And unfortunately, the evidence is still emerging on ENDS regarding both the potential benefits, including effects on smoking cessation, and the health impacts. But we do know that nicotine is not benign, it's an addictive poison, and meanwhile the tobacco industry is investing in ENDS. Whilst we would like nothing more than to see the industry abandon tobacco and redirect itself to a harmless product, it pays to be mindful that peddling a highly addictive product has proven to be an extremely lucrative business model that the tobacco industry has deceived to protect. We do, however, need to remain open to the potential benefits of ENDS. But that said, considering the risks, the uncertain benefits, and the resources required to change addictive behaviours once they've taken hold on populations, there is a strong case to take a cautious approach to ENDS in order to stay ahead of the curve. Australian regulators are not alone in their thinking regarding ENDS, and I'll quote US Surgeon General Dr. Murthy, who we heard from this morning, who said, "I'm concerned about e-cigarettes, and I think this is an area where we are in desperate need of clarity." Australia intends to take a cautious approach until we have evidence of the broad impacts of ENDS, particularly among vulnerable groups such as young people. Under Australia's poisons standard, all Australia's states and territories ban the retail sale of nicotine for use in ENDS. While the regulatory framework in Australia's states and territories is not uniform, most also prohibit either obtaining, possessing or using nicotine in ENDS. Some states also regulate the sale of ENDS products without nicotine. At the national government level, ENDS that make therapeutic claims or contain nicotine can only be supplied if they've been evaluated and approved by Australia's medicines regulator. This process puts the onus on the industry to prove the quality, safety and efficacy of a therapeutic product, and to date no product has been approved under the process. Despite Australia's restrictions, some retailers have been selling nicotine for use in ENDS in Australia. A study in 2014 found that among current and former smokers, 6.6% were current users of ENDS in 2013, compared to 0.6% in 2010, as shown in the graph on the slide. Also, among current ENDS users in Australia in 2013, 42.5% reported that their current brand contained nicotine. So despite Australia's current regulations, prevalence is increasing, and we can't afford to risk repeating mistakes that we have made in the past. There is obviously very much more that Australia needs to do. We know nicotine is a dangerous and addictive poison. Unless there's a new therapeutic application, Australia does not propose to allow new methods of delivery onto the market. To keep ahead of the curve, the Department is continuing to examine the regulatory framework governing ENDS, taking into account developments within Australia and internationally. And we are currently coordinating a national project on ENDS that will inform the Commonwealth Government and Australia's state and territory governments of possible policy options to minimise risks associated with the marketing and use of ENDS. We aim to learn from our history and get ahead of the curve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wendy, for that insight from Australia. And again, we see, like we have the range of views from the epidemiological evidence, scientific evidence perspective, we have a range of different views and approaches to regulation. But as we indicated when we started the session, it was the consensus of the Conference of the Parties that all parties should regulate in some way the ENDS to maximize opportunities and minimize the threats. With that, then we'll go to our last speaker, who will speak on how the EU regulates ENDS. It is I'm introducing Dr. Martin Seychelles. He is the Deputy Director General for Health in the Health and Food Safety Directorate General of the European Commission. His background is originally in pharmaceuticals, and he holds a Bachelor of Pharmaceutical Technology from the University of Malta. Mr. Seychelles has substantial legislative experience in the fields of foodstuffs, chemicals, and cosmetics, and environmental protection and planning. And I give you the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the kind invitation. It's an honor and a privilege to be here in the UAE to very briefly present to you the EU perspective on ENDS. And my presentation will very briefly look at three questions. Why the European Union took action, what we regulate, and how we regulate. Now, first of all, the first thing we have to keep in mind, the EU is made up of 28 member states, but for economic purposes it is a single market. The reality was, however, that until a few years ago, in 2013, when we were carrying out the impact assessment in preparation for the Tobacco Products Directive, we assessed the situation at that point, and ENDS were being regulated very, very differently across the 28 member states. In 2013, so just a couple of years ago, 11 member states considered ENDS to be pharmaceuticals. 8 regulated them as consumer products. 6 had no legislation at all. 1 applied the same regulations as for tobacco products, and 1 had banned these products. So every possible policy response was being practiced. It was also clear that there was a substantial concern about the health implications of these products. Now, second reason why the EU had to act, the growth of the EU market in ENDS was phenomenal. I will just give you a couple of figures to show this. In 2013, in the UK alone, there was a 340% increase in the market in 1 year. Retail sales in Ireland in the same year increased by 500%. And in the EU as a whole, between 2010 and 2011, the market was growing by 20 to 30% every month. So it was very clear that Europe was being specifically targeted as a kind of launching pad for these products. In 2012, we carried out a survey of European citizens. 7% of the population had already tried e-cigarettes. Keep in mind, the population of Europe is about 500 million. And 1% were regular users. This was a Eurobarometer study from 2012. And this was compared to a rate of 0 just a few years before. So it was clear that time was not on our side. And the Tobacco Products Directive offered an opportunity to regulate this category of products. Now, I know that there are many different views on this issue, and we don't claim to have found a perfect solution. But those of you who are or operate close to politics know a simple maxim. The perfect decision taken at the wrong time is generally the wrong decision, whereas an imperfect decision taken at the right time may still be a step forward. And this was the rationale behind our thinking. Of course, we're also worried about the growing influence of the tobacco industry and the takeover by the tobacco industry, the large multinational companies, of the small companies which had originally launched the product. And this was happening even before the TPD. It was happening already, and this is normal practice. It's very usual that large companies wait for the smaller companies to take the risk with innovative products and then buy up the successful ones. And this happens in any sector, whether it's tobacco, whether it's pharma, whatever it is. So we had to act. We decided to regulate, therefore. And we decided to go for what was a balanced solution addressing a number of aspects. What do we regulate? First of all, we regulate only in the EU those e-cigarettes which contain nicotine. That's our main interest, whether they are disposable, rechargeable, or refillable. And we have all of these products on the market. When I talk about refillable, it also means we have to regulate the refill containers, so containers of nicotine which are sold separately and which are used to refill an electronic cigarette. Now, we looked at a number of issues, but the main strategy adopted was to set in place a regulatory framework which would, on the one hand, consider these products essentially as consumer products. We were also considering other options, such as regulating as pharmaceutical products, but we felt that there was not enough evidence to meet the strict requirements for regulation as pharmaceutical products. So these products are considered to be consumer products. On the other hand, there are a number of substantial requirements that those products must comply with. And these provisions are designed to address concerns which had been expressed by a number of experts and by the member states of the European Union, but also to allow those products to develop their potential as cessation products. In our opinion, in the European Union, we agree that there is a potential for these products. I'm not saying that the products currently as they are today function as cessation products, not at all. But we believe that an important purpose of regulation, of legislation, is also to send clear signals to the market, to help also send clear signals how we would like the market to develop, to send clear signals to the developers of products, to those who are responsible for improving or optimizing the products, what is the preferred direction of the regulator. And our preferred direction is clearly we are not interested in promoting nicotine addiction, we are interested in promoting cessation. And therefore, we wanted through this legislation to set a clear challenge to the manufacturers of these products that this is the direction we wanted. So what do we regulate? We regulate three aspects in particular, because three aspects were felt to be absolutely essential. First, we had to define safety and quality. Keep in mind, before the TPD, there was no specific legislation on ENDS in the EU. And under EU legislation, anything which is not specifically regulated is only subject to a general product safety requirement. But this is the same requirement for clothing or for furniture, certainly not suitable for something which you inhale. So we obviously had to address and come to an agreed minimum standard for safety and quality for these products. Secondly, we had to address the issue of attractiveness, particularly to young people and non-smokers. And we came to the conclusion that to do that, we needed to look very carefully at the rules on advertisement and promotion, because we know that these are the effective tools to reach out to these particular segments. And also, to be able to answer the kind of questions which the speakers have so eloquently indicated already, it's clear there is a lot of there's a big information deficit, rather. We have a lot of gaps in our information base, in our evidence base. And for every study, you can quote in one direction, you can quote a study in the opposite direction. And therefore, another important objective of the legislation is to improve the evidence base, and we can only do that if we look inside the products and force manufacturers and importers to start reporting and notifying their products. That is not happening at the moment. In fact, we were very shocked, for example, when some of the manufacturers in our consultations admitted they did not even know the exact concentration of nicotine in their products because they did not regularly check for it. So this was quite worrying. Very briefly, what do we regulate? First of all, on the safety, I'll just go back to the original slide. On the safety and quality, we set a maximum nicotine concentration for liquids. Now, this is not rocket science. I mean, I must admit, there is no scientific evidence which really specifies to the last milligram per liter what the concentration should be. But we took the level of 20 milligrams per milliliter for a very simple reason. We looked at the situation on the market in Europe, and the bulk of the products on the market at that time were around that level. And we noticed very worrying signals that the companies were beginning to compete with each other on terms of nicotine concentration. That was almost the beginning of an arms race. Who could come out with the products with the greatest nicotine, the highest nicotine content? And our aim was to stabilize the market. And so say, if the market at the moment seems to be doing well with 20 milligrams per milliliter, you don't need to go any further. So anything above that is not allowed unless it can be placed on the market as a pharmaceutical product, meeting the tests of quality, safety, and efficacy. We looked at child and tamper-proof requirements, the purity of the ingredients, the consistent nicotine dosing, and I must correct here a small point. We define consistent nicotine dosing not that every puff must contain exactly the same amount of nicotine. We define consistent nicotine dosing that a similar level of nicotine should be delivered every time an e-cigarette is puffed. So if an e-cigarette is designed to give a higher intake in the beginning and then taper off, that should be consistent between one e-cigarette and another. It's the quality control of the e-cigarettes that we are after. And there is a possibility, because some of these devices are increasingly intelligent, they can also modulate the dosage. We introduced requirements on mandatory instructions, information to consumers. Keep in mind that none of this was present before. Information on addictiveness and toxicity, a list of all substances included in the package, and information on the nicotine content is to be displayed on the packs. And very importantly, because we realize there's a lot we don't know about these products, there is now what is called a safeguard clause. So authorities across the EU can act, and if there are new safety concerns about these products, they can take action to take these products off the market. And where a certain product has been justifiably taken off the market on safety grounds in at least 3 member states, the European Union may extend this prohibition to all member states. On attractiveness to young people and non-smokers, we have put in place clear rules on advertising and promotion. The existing rules for cross-border advertising and promotion of tobacco products will now also apply to e-cigarettes. No promotional elements are allowed on packs, and we have introduced mandatory text health warnings relating to the addiction of nicotine to appear on packs, 30% of the front and back of the pack. And on the need for information and evidence, manufacturers or importers are now required, first of all, to notify the EU member state authorities of products before they are placed on the market, and retroactively for products which are already on the market, including detailed information on ingredients, emissions, toxicological data, etc. Also important, because we want to understand who these products are aimed for, manufacturers and importers have to submit now annual information on sales volumes, market research, and mode of sales. This will help us answer the question of who is the target audience here. And member states are now required to monitor the market for any evidence that e-cigarettes lead to nicotine addiction or to gateway effects, particularly among young people and non-smokers. And the European Commission will report by May 2016 on the risks to public health associated with refillable e-cigarettes, and by 2021 on e-cigarettes in general. So this information will feed into what will come next. So to conclude, as you can see, we have tried to put in place a very comprehensive regime. I will not claim it is a perfect regime, but we had to deal with a situation which was evolving very, very fast. And we felt it was the right time to act, particularly given the high politicization of the debate. At one point, this e-cigarette debate was so powerful it threatened to derail the whole Tobacco Products Directive. And the message here for those of you who live in countries who have not yet acted, but where you have these products already appearing on your market, my only advice to you is don't delay, because this product will grow faster than you think. And options for action are always more limited once a product becomes entrenched. So a partial solution may be better than no solution at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. We feel it's, since this is the first ever plenary of a world conference focused on ENDS, we feel that we should have, we should open up the discussion a bit. So that means us going a little bit over time, if you don't mind. So let's open up the mics. So if you can go to either the mics on this side or this side. Again, we only want questions, interventions of no more than 30 seconds put to the panelists, either open questions or to individual questions. Please, let's not be too expansive and have long commentaries, okay? Please introduce yourself and your affiliations, each speaker, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Dr. Alan Blum, University of Alabama, Director of the Center for the Study of Tobacco and Society. It's an excellent session. I came in a little late and may have missed any reference that the committee might care to make to e-cannabinoids. In the United States, even in Alabama...
Please come a little bit closer to the microphone, yes, so we can hear you, and speak louder, please.
Alan Blum, University of Alabama, Center for the Study of Tobacco and Society. I may have missed any reference to e-cannabis, but now in the market that I practice in, the adoption of e-cannabinoid as a substitute for e-nicotine has become popular, and this is legal now in Colorado, which has legalized marijuana. I was opening that up for any general comment or any other experiences.
We'll collect the questions and we'll comment on them. Sir, over on the left-hand side here, introduce yourself. And,
I'm not sure now it's on. My name is Gary Giovino. I'm from the University of Buffalo in New York in the United States. Dr. Reddy presented a study suggesting that the risk of lung cancer is higher for e-cigarette smokers than, for e-cigarette smokers than for combusted cigarette smokers. And Dr. Ater presented, I think, a consensus study of experts suggesting that the expert survey thought that e-cigarettes were 3% as dangerous, I guess, 97% less dangerous. So a clarifying question, please. Was the study that you cited, Dr. Reddy, just in terms of the risk of lung cancer from formaldehyde or in general? And I'd like some clarification of how risky these things really are, given a comment about increased risk in lung cancer. Thank you.
Okay, good. We'll take the third question here.
Yes, I'm Dr. Prakit from Thailand. Thailand had recently banned the import and sale of e-cigarette, but it on different ground reason from Australia. Australia, they have a very low smoking prevalence, and then they go on to ban e-cigarette because they consider nicotine as a poison. But if you listen to the EU option of regulating the end, I believe, and in my opinion, most developing countries do not have that kind of capability and capacity to regulate. And even though we would like to regulate them, we cannot, most developing countries cannot even regulate the cigarette. How can we regulate the end? So our government choose to ban them rather than to regulate them because of, as I already mentioned, we will end up both high prevalence of smoking and the end. And it's very interesting that there's question, we always say that if tobacco is introduced today, cigarette, it will not be allowed to be marketed. Now I would like to ask the panel that forget about cigarette. If N is introduced today, would you license them to be sold legally? Thank you.
Okay, next on the left here, Luke, please introduce yourself.
My name is Luc Jozens, European Cancer Leagues, Brussels, Belgium. My concern is in relation to heat sticks. It's heated tobacco.
Speak louder, Luke.
Okay. It's heated tobacco. It's a product of Philip Morris. If Philip Morris is investing $2 billion, they have, I guess, 200 scientists. They want to publish 80 scientific journals. They have a factory in Italy. So it's e-cigarettes with tobacco, and they will invest quite a lot of money in it. What's the position of the panel in relation to this product? Because it will be Marlboro heat sticks. So the link with traditional cigarettes will be very clear.
Thanks, Luke. We're going to take the last two contributions here. I think we've got two people lined up. Please keep it short, 30 seconds. Questions to the panelists.
As during this conference, our speech is to end tobacco use and smoking. And I'm a smoking cessation expert, and because I'm seeing the hard-hitting effect of nicotine addiction, I don't like to see that we are encouraging the use of e-cigarettes doesn't have any inhibition as behavior. So it will encourage this practice of smoking and the addiction, and I don't think it has any nature of any.
What's your question, please?
Just a comment that it has treatment.
We'll have to move on. Thank you. No comments, please. Have you got a question?
Yes.
Okay, please ask your question.
Sure,
This is the last one.
Shuo from Corporate Accountability International. My question is for Dr. Etter. First, thank you for your disclosure at the beginning. That's much appreciated. I have a question on whether any of the studies that you referenced were funded by the e-cigarette industry or any of its interests, and if so, which? Thank you.
Okay, we've got a range of questions. Who wants to go first? Do we start from Jean-Francois, from the last, and go down the panel?
Thank you very much. None of the study that I personally conducted was funded by e-cigarette companies, and they generally don't invest a lot of money in science. There are small companies from China.
Jean-Francois,
Yes.
that microphone was not good. Can you borrow the one with Srinith? Okay.
It's okay to say it's okay.
Fine.
So they don't invest enough, I'd say, in research. They don't do any research at all. It's not like pharmaceutical companies, not research driven, this effort. It's just very young people who compete with each other. The driver of innovation is competition between very young CEOs of these companies. About the young lady's question on addiction, I conducted a study that showed that e-cigarettes are not very addictive. Actually, they are much less addictive than combustible cigarettes, about as addictive as nicotine gums. The current models, the further models may be more addictive. About the formaldehyde study, if you take a piece of meat and burn it, it's going to be black and burn and a piece of charcoal, and then you send it to the lab and you find that it's toxic. There's a lot of carcinogen in it. It's just the same about this New England formaldehyde study. They analyzed a dry puff. No vapor will inhale a dry puff. So this study is really not relevant. About e-cannabis, well, it's an interesting empirical and research question. I've found that people don't use e-cigarettes typically. They use other types of vaporizers that heat the whole cannabis because it's not easy to mix cannabis within the liquid. But it's a research question. If it's not combustible, it's going to be less dangerous. Is it addictive? Will it drive new users? These are all empirical questions. About the IQOS, Luke Jusons. IQOS is a new product by Philip Morris International. It's a product in which they invested billions. It delivers nicotine at exactly the same speed as cigarettes. And as you know, in the field of addiction, the speed of nicotine delivery to the blood is crucial. And this product has a good taste. Contrary to Eclipse and Accord 20 years ago, which tasted very bad, this one tastes good. So they think it's going to be a success. Now, it's quite a challenge. I think one of the most. I'll stop saying. Sorry, Doug. That the challenge today is how do we or don't we talk to the tobacco industry, because they come with a range of new products that are less dangerous than tobacco than cigarettes. What do we do about this? I think this is the most thorny issue in this debate.
Good. Srinith, there was a question to you. A question to you, and any comments, Srinith?
On the formaldehyde issue, that particular study really predicates the risk on the basis of comparative estimates of formaldehyde and formaldehyde-releasing agents. The cumulative risk of cancer, of course, is dependent upon multiple other toxic chemicals and carcinogenic chemicals. But I think given the state of art at the moment in terms of analyzing the biological effects and potential epidemiological evidence, it's too early. But the fact that more and more toxic chemicals are being identified is a matter of concern. Therefore, the smokescreen that this is an absolutely safe product is something that is open to question, and that's where regulation has to come in terms of both a more active investigation as well as precautionary regulation.
Okay. Any of our other panelists want to comment on those round of questions? Yes, go ahead, Martin.
Can you hear me? Yes. I'd like to answer the question, which was, I thought, a very interesting question. If ENDS were to be considered as a new product today, what should be the optimum response? Because we know that we always say, if cigarettes were introduced today, we would not allow them. The problem is that you cannot separate the two. ENDS exist because cigarettes exist. In a world without tobacco, there would be no reason or there would be much less incentive to come up with something like ENDS because the market base would not be there. So one cannot separate the two. And whereas it is true that nicotine is a dangerous substance, but even the extent of the danger is not established. I mean, I have seen all kinds of studies. And the studies on the toxicity of nicotine point to all directions. And this uncertainty also needs to be addressed. I find it absolutely unacceptable that at this day and age, no one is able to pinpoint with precision the exact toxicity of such a commonly known substance. So my answer to the question is we have to regulate ENDS in the knowledge that they are a possible alternative to conventional tobacco. And the issue is, are they an acceptable alternative, or should we try to push the market in a different direction or in an altered direction? That is the key question.
Okay. I don't want to put the panelists on the spot, but to close off, I'd like to ask, Vera and I thought we'd like to ask a question. What would be your elevator ride 30-second comment of the future of e-cigarettes ENDS? Wendy, do you want to start?
My 30-second elevator ride comment on ENDSs.
Future of ENDS.
As I said earlier, I'm so new in this business that this is going to be a personal comment rather than one from an institutional perspective. But for the future, that they weren't there unless we'd got around some of this uncertainty of the evidence. I think that's what's troubling me most for this very brief introduction to things. That and I know, from what Martin has just said, that the uncertainty around the toxicity of nicotine is still there even after all these years. So I think whatever we can do to put more certainty around what we know and what we anticipate the effect will be something I'd be looking for.
Martin, your crystal ball, looking into your crystal ball.
I would agree. The top priority is to really close the information gaps, and fast. There is too much we don't know, not just about the science, but also about the behavioral aspects, about the marketing of these products. Practically every dimension there are a lot of unknowns. And we need to close these gaps because we're dealing fundamentally with the problem. The problem is tobacco kills 6 million people a year across the world. And that's too high a price by any way you measure it. And we need to consider all alternatives and then take the decisions on the basis of all the facts that we can put together. But we need to act fast.
Thanks. Ana Claudia?
Well, I cannot deny my law background, so I would say precautionary principle, always be aware that the product is there. And another thing that I would say also is that banning is a way of regulating the market and the product. So Brazil has banned the devices since 2009, and it's always open to discussion. Anvisa is not closed to discussion on the regulating of the product, but the ban has proven to be very, at that time, a very certain attitude.
Thanks. Reina?
Hi. I like to reaffirm 4 points. The nicotine is addictive, toxic, and promotes cellular damage and cancers. The ENDS ratify the social act of smoke. The scientific evidence says these products have nitrosamine, propylene glycol, and other toxic substance, and not confirm the ENDS capacity for cessation properties. It's important to the state protect the public health. Thank you.
Great. Armando?
Well, in terms of the future, I agree that it's going to be. We're going to continue to see a debate about this product while we produce more information. And I think along the lines that Martin signaled before, I think the main or one of the main roles of regulation at this point is going to be facilitating this producing of information for better decision making.
Great. Sharath?
If I were in an elevator with a person who is vaping, I would be stepping out in 30 seconds. But anyway, on a more serious note, I do believe as a cardiologist that nicotine is vascular toxic, and it's not just and cytotoxic as has already been stated, but it's not just nicotine. It is keeping company with other chemicals as well. And therefore, we have to be very cautious, and I believe the precautionary principle is absolutely appropriate in this case. And we do need effective regulation, even as we examine the evidence objectively as it builds up.
Great. And Jean-Francois.
Everything that doesn't burn tobacco is safer, so please do not kill safer alternatives to tobacco by excessive regulation, because you would only protect combustible cigarettes.
Good. I think we've reflected a whole range of views here. Let's look, as we're looking in the crystal ball, though, hope for a civilized debate. As I said, some of the social media, some of the comments have been very aggressive. Let's not divide our community. I'm going to hand over to my co-chair, Vera, to sum up.
Thank you very much, Douglas. And I think that we had a very interesting panel with Ana Claudia driving us through COP6 process and decisions and giving us a glance of new products in the market. And Armando then has followed, Armando Peruga, giving us a flavor of the WHO report on ENDS, addressing the health risks to users and non-users, efficacy as cessation aid, and impact on tobacco control efforts, and a proposed regulatory framework that was ultimately discussed and just adopted by the Conference of the Parties. Srinath Reddy gave us a perspective on ENDS and the regulation, and he has bluntly questioned whether this is an end game or an ends game. So that's why I have just thought about what is the future. Is it the ends game and part of the end game, or is ends supposed to be not in the end game? So harm reduction discussions to breach cessation or a public health threat. So he has raised the voice of caution, while Professor Etter has brought very clear the issue of the combustion being an obsolete process, and just seeing e-cigarettes as a harm reduction product, warning about the fact that appropriate regulation must be in place, but not excessive regulation that would endanger the ends market and would shift it to the big tobacco. Professor Reina Roa has shown how the use of the Constitution, the treaty provisions, and the legal system can be used to draft strong regulations like the one they did for the ends, and where they have used also the precautionary principles. The measures including monitoring and sanctions on the ends. Dr. Wendy Southern has reminded you that we should keep ahead of the curve, showing the experience of Australia, and also just raising the issue that preventing new products into the market with some proven health claims should be part of the regulatory framework, but making it also very clear that we have to close information gaps. And what was the same approach given by Mr. Martin Seychelles, my dear friend from the EU, who said that who has in some way brought the complexity of regulating ends. It's a sort of a full-time job, because you have to deal with safeguards, you have to monitor the product, and you have to regulate in many ways in the dark, what is really just using the crystal ball now. So, and I think that at the end of the day, the panel shows that we are really on a situation where we need more science, we need more evidence. We cannot close the doors. Even the countries that have banned it have the door open for proven health claims that can come up in the scientific literature in the future. And let's leave what it's probably the most difficult situation for human beings is the doubt. So we'll still be in the doubt and in the sort of in the dark in many aspects of this ENDS regulatory framework. And having said that, thank you so much for your attention, and I think that the panel is closed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'd just like to